Greetings, gamers. We have arrived at the end of the Emerald Round Robin. This is week 7, the last week before playoffs. Our final featured fight of the regular season is none other than Final Boss Alpha versus the Dynasty Star Weavers. Before we get to that, we must first consult the council. We have some very highly regarded members of the Romp joining us tonight to talk some Otter. Welcome, guys. Please introduce yourselves with your IGN, what team you're on, and some kind of reflection about what has transpired this season. Could be, about your own team, about a different team, whatever comes to mind first. Dark, we'll start with you.
Okay. I am Dark. My IGN is not so dark in game. And I play ADC for Conduit Gremlins. For the reflection part, I would say it's pretty easy getting carried as an ADC. It turns out. I've learned that this season.
Fantastic. Yeah.
And
Our other guest.
yeah, I am here as well. I am not a player in the league. I am a sub for Conduit Gremlins, and I also manage the draft and the team as well. Fairly familiar with how our season has gone, but I'm actually not too surprised by how the league has shaked out so far. I guess I didn't mention my IGN is GBG number 1 in game, and this is my first time in BOL Emerald. But a lot of the surprises, the biggest one everyone's going to point out is OEE struggling. I'm not entirely too surprised by that, just simply because, we played them early in the season. It seems like they are more mechanical focused or solo queue focused, and they're not quite equipped to handle a 5v5 game like the rest of these other good teams we've played. But they've made some changes, and so I'm excited to see what kind of things they put together for the final weeks here. I am a little bit surprised by Kittens with Mittens being locked into playoffs so quickly. It is a pretty easy division, as everyone says, but they are much higher than I expected. So shout out to them. I'll just stop there.
No, absolutely. I think those are a couple of good call outs. OE, I think that is, like you said, a team that a lot of people have kind of been discussing, and we can get to them a little bit more later. But GVG, I do think you've led us pretty nicely into our power rankings discussion here. I do want to take a quick aside to note that my co-caster Katano is currently in the other channel right now. So, Mr. Producer, if you would like to drop him a line, see if maybe he would be interested in joining us for this conversation, just to do a little bit of a temperature check over there. But yes, the Demacia Power Rankings, what we have in front of us right here. Starting with my own rankings, this is kind of how things have shaped up as we conclude the round robin here. I do believe those top 4 spots are locked at this point, if I'm not mistaken. I do not think that No Quarter Gaming has the possibility to catch up, because they do have their bye here in this last week, in week 7. So I could have done my math wrong, but I do believe that AK Hearts and the Kittens there are guaranteed to place ahead of them in the standings. So looking pretty locked up, this particular division. Like you mentioned briefly a moment ago, GVG, this one I think is considered by many to be probably the weakest out of the 4 divisions. But Dark, let's hear from you. Is there anything that you would like to highlight in your rankings?
I'm a little surprised about the Shattered Cats losing a game or dropping a game recently to, I think it was this division where they lost the game.
Yeah, the Spire Cats. Are you referring to the Spire Cats losing to AK Hearts last week? Or
yeah, I did put them up solely because of that. I feel like AK Hearts should be number 4 otherwise, but Spire Cats losing kind of dwindles my faith in them. Obviously the Shadow Spire has been the dominant of the sister teams, and yeah, I don't really know much about this division because I don't play in it. Neither do we watch any VODs from them, but they seem to have, I want to say, the lowest floor, in my opinion, and I don't really know the peak.
Yeah, definitely. This division has not really, it's the fact that it's been so close, right? I think kind of leads into that same narrative where it feels like the fact that, well, obviously the Shattered Spire has kind of been able to get the better of everybody else in this division, but besides that, nobody else has really felt like they've been consistent enough to really warrant, a strong ranking of any of these teams overall, taking the whole league into consideration. So definitely do agree there. I did want to also take a quick aside here to note that the shadow government rankings that you guys see all the way on the right over there, those are actually just the current power rankings. So, or the current standings rather. So that is, just sort of a baseline for us, something that we can look at over there to just sort of gauge how our rankings may differ from the way the standings currently are. So an interesting note there. The fact that this is something that you mentioned a moment ago, GVG. The fact that the Kittens with Mittens are up there all the way in second. They're actually technically tied in second with AK Hearts. But this team, this is one of the teams that really, really struggled at the start of the season and definitely feels like one of the teams that's had the biggest glow up, over the course of the round robin. Was there anything else you wanted to highlight, GVG, in the Demacia division here?
Yeah, I was actually interested in AK Hearts. I think when we had the BOL official content for week 5 in the interviews, I listed them as there's something here. I think this team could potentially get out of round 1 of playoffs, whoever they face up against. That gets harder if they are a 3rd seed as opposed to a 2nd seed, but I just want to call out that the power rankings listed under my name, or I'm an emergency sub here, so that's not how I would put it. It's much closer to the shadow government with AK Hearts above Kittens with Mittens, personally.
Right. Yeah, that is something else that we should mention is the fact that you kind of joined last minute for this one, GVG. So you didn't actually get the chance to do your own rankings. So that's kind of how did those rankings appear underneath your name? It's just kind of like whoever was in that slot last week, I guess, is probably left over from there. Yeah. Okay. So that's something else to bear in mind for everybody watching. The rankings underneath GVG's name are not actually GVG's rankings. So important to keep in mind. But let's go ahead, I think, and move on to our next division. Taking a look at Noxus here, this is actually the home of our streamed match tonight. Of course, as I briefly mentioned earlier on, we're going to be watching Alpha versus Dynasty for our last stream of the regular season here. This division definitely feels very, very top heavy. XG is, I believe, the only team in the entire league that has not dropped a single game. So that is pretty impressive. And then the team just below them, Syndicate, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the only games they have dropped have been to XG. I am actually looking at the standings right now. It looks like they have a 3 in the loss column. I'm not sure where that other loss came from, but Syndicate have been incredibly dominant over everybody else in this division who are not XG. And then TFF is kind of the other team, speaking about Kittens with Mittens earlier on for Demacia, this is kind of the other team that I think of when I think of teams that have really grown and kind of ramped up over the course of the season. TFF we had on the stream all the way back in week number 1, and they looked a little bit messy, a little bit all over the place, but they have really kind of grown and become a formidable team in this division as well. Everybody else is kind of like struggling to get that last 4th playoff spot. Dark, what would you like to highlight in this division?
I think this is one of those divisions where it's like, who's coming out first, right? Like XG from the get-go, everybody thought that they would be the number 1 team, and they are. As you said, they haven't dropped a single game. That could be because the other teams aren't that great, but also you can't really dismiss the fact that XG has some really good pieces to work with, and that would mean, in my opinion, that they make really far into the playoffs. I could see them in semis, even finals, maybe. The other part I would say, as you were saying about TFF, is they had some roster changes not too long ago, and I think since then they've been doing pretty nicely. They always had the parts to do good, but I feel like they didn't have the direction they needed. Then they found it, and they're doing pretty good. I don't see them making too far into the playoffs, but I do see them as like definitely playoff contenders in an actual fight against the other divisions. And Syndicate is a question mark to me. I mean, they're obviously second best team in their division, but I haven't really seen much from them, and we didn't even get to scrim them yet. I feel like every time we've tried, they've dodged it, so
Oh,
never worked out, So we don't know what Syndicate is, how good they are, and maybe they'll be the ones kicking us out of the playoffs. But so far, I think this division has top team, and then everybody's playing for second.
yeah, definitely the case. Like you were mentioning earlier, the actual playoff seeding, getting up into that second place spot can be really, really big for getting that easier first round opponent. So for TFF, I do think it is still possible for them to actually catch Syndicate here and move ahead of them into that second place spot. They're only 2 points behind right now here for this last week. And then TFF, oh yeah, but the problem there is TFF are actually playing against XG is their last opponent of the round robin. So that's going to be a tall order to actually try and make that happen. But it's about peaking at the right time, right? So if TFF can continue to ramp up, maybe they could make something happen in the playoffs here. But GVG, what are your thoughts on the Noxus division?
Yeah, the most compelling part about this division is the three-way tie fourth.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a shame that the matchups going into this last week are what they are with XG facing TFF. Because I think there could have been some really interesting outcomes. Of course, Final Boss Alpha versus Dynasty Star Weavers is the match, right? That's deciding who's getting into playoffs or not. I think
Probably.
there is like if Syndicate were playing like TFF this week, that would have been really compelling. I think there's a lot of interesting things that TFF has done to revamp this roster from just even a couple weeks ago when I kind of pegged them as a playoff team. They've moved Rutledge into mid lane. They've added Payne in top lane. Like I recognize some of these other players. Like Fiora is someone I've always been curious about. Chung Silmo, of course, promoting up from Plat. There's a lot of pieces here.
Yeah.
I'm not totally sold that they like just lose to XG, but of course it's really difficult to vie against the 10-0 series season score for XG right now. So yeah, I do. I think the most compelling part is the three-way tie, and if I have to choose between the final boss and Dynasty, I think I'm leaning Dynasty right now, just because I've seen them. I think there's potential. Yeah, where did you land on that, Dark?
Between XG and Final Boss, I think. Sorry, Dynasty and Final Boss.
Yeah.
I put them as Dynasty winning it out. I feel like Final Boss has not really been a top contender for my at least from what I've seen, but we see them tonight, right? We see the game on the live stream, and Dynasty I feel like has been ramping up, so they should take it.
We're going to be able to discuss that matchup even a little bit more later when we get into predictions. For now, I do think we should probably move on to our next division here for power rankings. Taking a look at Ionia next year, this was the so-called Group of Death, as it was named at the start of the season. Things didn't necessarily play out that way with the collapse of OE, and then, you guys kind of rising to prominence there, the Conduit Gremlins, up towards the top of the standings at the moment. But yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, you guys are probably the biggest story of this division, right? The fact that nobody really expected you to be able to compete in this group, especially, given the fact that you are a team that promoted from Plat last season. But I think you really have surprised a lot of people.
Yeah, I think, as you said, like nobody really expected us to do better than what we like. They do good, but it's not the whole team. The whole team didn't promote from Plat, right? Like we had some new pieces.
Sure,
We had our mid laner. We had a different mid laner because you couldn't play early on, and then we have a different top laner because again our top laner couldn't play on the days. So Oh, I
Who's their
think
top laner in plat again? Sorry to interrupt.
June.
Ah, that's right. June.
Yeah,
June, the
we
AP
trade.
Malphite Pentakiller in the playoff matchups.
Oh
Yes.
my God, how could I forget?
We traded one Aatrox for another, and they both seem pretty good at the game. So
That'd be great.
it just works out. I think
It works
major
well.
props to GVG for finding, I guess, all the parts of the game, like the team, support, jungle, both the top laners, right, and the mid laner. He's part of the conduit org for a while, so I guess he didn't really find him. But everybody else, I think GVG has put in a lot of effort and time in like making sure that everybody's like he's checking everybody out and seeing how they actually do, and then putting them together on the team. So I would say our story has been pretty interesting, from me not expecting us to do great either, and then everybody on the team seems to be doing really, really good. And then I just, I just kind of facilitate everything that's happening around me. And yeah, I mean, if today we're playing for second, and I think we win.
Yeah, your opponent tonight, Monkey's Fever. That's right. Yeah, that is the fight for second place. You guys are what, like, this is another one of those situations where you're like 1 or 2 points behind or something in the standings. Oh, actually, I needed to ask you guys. So last week, you were scheduled to play against Omega Whooper. We were originally going to have that match on the stream, but we kind of pivoted, or well, I tried to pivot to the Gremlins versus Whooper, I should say. But we ended up casting Shadow Cows versus Whooper instead, which is a match that was rescheduled from week 3. I didn't see in the match results channel anywhere results for you guys versus the Whoopers. Did that match ever get played, or
We
what's
play
the
them
deal here?
tomorrow. We
You
play them
play them
tomorrow.
tomorrow. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So this second place battle between you and Monkey's Fever is actually contingent on you
Yeah.
dispatching the Whoopers tomorrow as well. So we should, do our due diligence and mention that.
Yeah. I mean, if we win against Fever, I don't see us losing to Whooper.
Yeah. I mean, it would be that would be my expectation as well. But because the Whoopers, of course, in the match that we did end up streaming last week, did unfortunately go down versus the Shadow Cows. So the Whoopers solidly the last place team here in Ionia. And I would have to imagine that you guys are going to be able to take care of business there. So definitely an exciting match tonight. You already mentioned, Dark, that you think you are going to win against Monkey's Fever. As much as you're comfortable sharing, if you want to talk a little bit more about tonight's match and how you might be planning to take down the Feverish Monkeys.
Well, we have a section coming up about the games, right?
You're right. We should save it for the match. You're right. You're absolutely right, GVG. You should just
GVG
take
is
over
like
the hosting too.
trying to push the time.
Yeah. I want to choose to talk about this division.
Okay. Was there anything else we wanted to highlight here, guys? GVG, anything else you wanted to point out?
I remember there's 28 teams in this league, right? There's a lot of opinions about this division at the start.
Yeah.
There were some putting us at 7, but that was really the outliers, right? A lot of us were just kind of putting us in the mix for 5th or 6th.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of came in with expectations, having scrimmed a couple of the leagues or teams in the league, that we might have a really good shot at 4th. Having this position here where we're like 1 game away from potentially taking 1st in the division feels really nice, of course. But I do think that having faced everybody but Fever, that Reform does feel like the odds-on favorite in this league right now. I don't want to call them out and give them the respect for that, because everyone kind of just keeps talking about other things about this division, and no one's really mentioning how Reform looks so good right now against such good competition. So I want to call that out.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing to call out for sure. I do agree. I think Reformed are one of the front runners. As we do move into playoffs, they definitely look like one of the heaviest hitters here in the entire league. So good looks there. I guess we should probably move on now to our last division here in the power rankings. Of course, that is going to be the Freljord. Taking a look at here. So the Freljord has been a little bit interesting, actually. Especially recently. We did have a couple of big upsets. I believe it was week 5 when Elysium on Ice took down Tilt Esports. And then, we had that one person, whoever was in that slot last week, GVG, went ahead and took that as the green light to rank Elysium above Tilt in the power rankings there. And then Elysium went ahead and immediately got upset by Mint Mafia a couple of days ago. So Tilt have reclaimed the number 1 spot in the standings, as we can see on the right there, thanks to the Shadow Government. So there's been definitely some ups and downs for a lot of these teams in the Freljord division, but I think the long and the short version for me is just that Tilt are looking good once again. They're coming back to try and defend the title. They did get upset by Elysium in that one match, but that is the only match that they have lost so far this season. And it's looking like both them and Elysium, honestly, are going to be pretty heavy hitters as we move into the postseason.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in here. This is actually one where the rankings under my name do match what I would think.
Perfect. Okay.
I was gonna say mine's false.
I did predict this exact order in week 5, and I haven't seen enough yet from Tilt to put them above Ellie on Ice. I know that there is a couple more points separating Tilt above Ice, but yeah, I like this. I think each of these top 3 teams have something going on for them that they could all make it out of first round of the playoffs, depending on who they face. I think Ellie and Tilt both have pretty good odds to make it to semifinals, depending on how things shake out. And I'm not all that surprised by Mint Gaming's upsets. I think they showed enough early in the season that they had spunk and some fire and fight. So yeah, this is kind of what I was expecting, and yeah, I'm glad to see the rebound.
Absolutely. Dark, anything you want to add here?
Yeah, I'm a bit sus that the fact that Elysium lost last week.
What do you mean?
I feel like they lost to Mint, right? I think.
Right.
Which I feel like they should never. And I don't know how much they're trying to dodge OEE as the 4 seed.
The calculated loss.
The calculated loss. If they lose again
Hmm.
today, then we know for sure, right? But
yeah,
in all honesty, I think Elysium, to me, seems to be contending for first with Tilt, right? And personally, I feel like
For
Tilt is the second in that situation for me.
Mm.
I would put Elysium first. They have some good pieces. They have good players that have been around for a while. And for Tilt, I know they won last time. I was not keeping a track of Viola Emerald last season, but they won last time, and I feel like this division does not have the firepower to fight these 2 teams. I feel like even the third team. How what was that? XG1.
Sorry,
Noxus?
which team are you?
I was saying as Noxus, where I said
Oh,
there's a clear top team and everybody's playing for seconds.
yeah.
I would say there's a clear top 2 teams here, and everybody's just fillers, in my opinion. And it's like ETM, Mint are like third, fourth, and then Elysian, Hydropump. Clown Gaming has made some changes, and maybe they will, win some games, but I don't see them making playoffs. I don't think they can.
I don't think they can. Yeah, I'm
So-
pretty sure this Freljord division is locked for Tilt, Elysium, TTM, and Mint are going to playoffs.
Yeah, so with that, like, I feel like there's just no competition. I think Tilt and Elysium are just one tier above all the other teams, and everybody's just playing for thirds.
Yeah,
And,
I don't
they all replayed.
actually agree with that. I think both of those teams are pretty flawed. I think there's a lot of risk in trying to choose them to make it to finals if you were making a bracket today.
Yeah.
I think they're a lot closer to TTM and Mint than you currently think they are.
Yeah, I mean, the point totals definitely are relatively close here for this division. Elysium and Tilt are there at 31, and for Tilt, 29 for Elysium, and then TTM's at 26, Mint is at 24. and then you kind of start to fall off a bit. But I do think that those top 4 teams are all relatively competitive, as evidenced by, just a couple of days ago, right? Seeing Mint take down Elysium, it's hard to really say, I guess, how much of an upset that really was. You guys both have kind of different perspectives on that. But, clearly Mint is competitive enough to make that upset happen. So, I do think that they definitely do deserve that much credit, at least.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible to think that they can make it out of the first round of playoffs if they make it in. I mean, they'd have to be a first seed to do it. Maybe it's the Shattered Spire from Demacia, right? Maybe that's their only real path out, but I wouldn't be surprised.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and move on to match predictions now. The next segment of the show. Taking a look, moving back on over to that Demacian division that you just mentioned, GVG. So I believe this is, again, going to be inaccurate. Guys, are the predictions underneath your respective names reflective of your own beliefs, or is this not the case?
For me, it is.
Okay, so Dark, you're good.
And
Okay, and GVG, you did not do the...
Right.
Okay. I can...
It looks like 2 of those teams under me are playing each other, so...
Yeah. So it's basically the way it works is like we have like a spreadsheet that like automatically gets onto the graphic, But I guess we don't really need you to do that for us. We can just kind of look at my own and Dark's predictions here, and we'll just kind of have you comment on
So
what
who's the Shadow Government?
The Shadow Government is just the team that's higher in the standings right now is being predicted to win.
So y'all are chalk right now.
he's in the shadow. You would not know, bro. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. So we do have our first matchup here is going to be AK Hearts versus Fools 5. Fools 5, there were high hopes for that team at the start of the season, but they really did fall off in a big way. I believe they were eliminated for playoff contention by like week 5 or something. They were already out. They had lost so many games. So definitely a rough season for them. And AK Hearts picking up that win over the Spire Cats last week. They are looking pretty good, better than I was expecting them to look, at least. And this should be probably a pretty straightforward win for them up against Fools 5. What do you think, Dark?
I think that... Am I wrong? Or I think Fools 5 FF'd?
Is it already
Already?
over?
Yeah. I think they FF'd the match, so they can't.
Okay.
It already won. I think so. But even if they didn't, Fools 5 has apparently, because I wasn't keeping track of Emerald last, but one of the best ADCs in Emerald, and to see that a team with the best ADC can make it just goes to show my Emerald sucks. But in all honesty, I did not expect AK Hearts to be as good as they are. They've definitely made progress in my eyes, and it could be a mix of having a weaker division. It could be that everybody else is just bad and they're just by proxy winning, but they have improved.
They definitely have. I think that that is definitely safe to say. Our other matchups here on the bottom, we have the Spire Cats versus Niner Esports. Niner Esports FF'd their match last week, I believe. They're easily the worst team in Demacia. I don't think we really need to talk about that matchup at all. So we do have also here the Shattered Spire versus the Kittens with Mittens. So this one might be a little bit interesting. Shattered Spire, #1 team in the division, obviously, but the Kittens, as we mentioned earlier, have been ramping up. GVG, let's get you to chime in for this one. If you were going to make a prediction for this match.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a talk about Ellie on Ice throwing against Mint to avoid OEE. I think this is the matchup to watch. If we're seeing Kittens with Mittens win, I think we're I don't know actually if they can overtake and get that first seed, but that would be the one I would be watching out for. Okay, they can't take first seed. Yeah,
They can't. Yeah,
they're 7 points behind. So maybe Shattered Spire phones it in. Gremlins did that last split in Plat. We kind of had a bunch of subs and roll swaps. Maybe they do the same thing. Not sure. But I kind of expect Shattered Spire to go on a 6-0 streak for this season.
Dark, do you have any other thoughts? Do you pretty much agree, or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the difference between a top team and a team that's barely making playoffs, I would say Shattered Spire should in theory, take a 2-0, right? But it's
Okay.
always possible for an underdog to just take a win, or take a series, the whole series, or just take one game. But I don't see it happening. I know Kittens has been rising up, but I don't think they're that far ahead.
It is a bit unfortunate they don't get to face earlier in the season when we know Shattered Spire will take this seriously, because this is an opportunity for Kittens with Mittens to say something about Demacia and say we're the #2 team for sure, no questions,
Yeah.
above AK Hearts. But I don't think they really get that opportunity. Even if they 2-0 today, it's just going to be with the asterisk or question marks about, okay, what was Shattered Spire actually caring about in this game?
Yeah, that's definitely fair. I do think that, though, on the other side of the token, if the Shattered Spire come out in 2-0 and they look really dominant, maybe that can quiet some of the concerns around, the fact that this is the weaker division, so maybe the #1 seed from this division isn't as strong, all these kind of concerns or questions that people have about this particular #1 seed. If they do look really dominant against a Kittens with Mittens team that's been ramping up, I think that would be a pretty big statement to make going into the playoffs. So definitely an interesting match to keep an eye out for those results. Let's move on to our next set of matches here in Noxus. So this is, again, the home of our streamed match tonight. First up, we do have Syndicate Crashouts versus Final Boss Rebirth. So Final Boss Rebirth is part of that three-way tie for 4th place. Syndicate Crashouts going to be a really tough opponent for them. And we are both predicting the Crashouts to take the victory, Dark. Do you think that Rebirth have any chance here at all?
Syndicate has had one roster swap, from my knowledge. I think in the jungle role. So that's the only way I feel like Final Boss could win, if their jungler just outshines, because the other jungler hasn't had time to settle in. But I don't think it's close. I think SG takes it 2-0.
Okay. Very good. And then GVG, I'm going to get you to chime in here for the XG versus TFF series. So
Yeah, all I care about with this game is mid lane. People say that Zui is really good for Syndicate. I know Chinese Spy from various other leagues. I want to see how these two play each other, and I kind of just want the junglers not to gang. Let this be a 1v1. Let's see some fun shit, and let's see it.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely will be really fun to. Definitely a couple of pretty strong mid laners, I think, at least for the division here. So it'll be fun to see what the results are from this one. And then our other match, of course, the streamed match. We could talk about this one a little bit in more detail, maybe. Dynasty versus Final Boss Alpha. Both of these teams definitely struggled quite a lot this season. Final Boss Alpha, their 2 victories have come from beating Maelstrom in Week 1 and TFF in Week 3. For Dynasty, their victories were beating Maelstrom in Week 2 and then beating the other Final Boss team, Rebirth, in Week 4. So TFF, definitely were weaker at that point earlier on in the season, so I'm not sure how much we can really take away from Final Boss Alpha picking up that win over them all the way back in Week 3. And we are both predicting Dynasty to come out on top in this matchup, Dark, but what else would you like to add?
I feel like TFF has definitely leveled up a little bit, but I don't know if it's enough for them. Wait, they're not playing.
This is Dynasty versus
the Fire Boss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire Boss versus Dynasty. I feel like both teams are, I would say, middle of the pack, and it's really hard to judge who comes out on top. To me, it's just speculation, but I have seen Dynasty do a lot better than Fire Boss, at least this split, and I feel like they would take the win, at least tonight. But all of it is like a coin flip, I feel like. I would like to add something and make people heard. BOL should have been streaming OEE versus Dorado game today, because they are the hottest topics tonight.
Yeah, I hear you, Dark. That was a suggestion that I had made as well. I hear you, production. Yeah, understood. But this is the call. We had already streamed OE earlier on in the season, and so that was both of these teams, Dynasty and Final Boss Alpha. Neither one of them has been on the stream yet, so that is the reason why we're going with this match instead. But I definitely hear you, Dark. That other matchup is a big one to watch for sure. OE versus Dorado over there. That is going to be another match that determines who is going to playoffs. But GVG, I wanted to get you to chime in on this matchup as well. Final Boss versus Star Weavers.
Yeah, I'm going with Star Weavers. I know it says otherwise under my name, but I think the one avenue for Final Boss to win is through mid lane. Obviously, that's a weak point for Star Weavers, having a role swap in their mid lane. But I don't see it happening. I think all you have to do is spend some jungle attention mid against Dr. Shrouds, and it's just too difficult for that to be an avenue for Final Boss to win here. So I'm really thinking Dynasty. As long as they know who their opponent is, they should just win.
Yeah. I do think Dynasty have seen success a little bit more recently as well. So full Dynasty predictors here on the podcast. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen tonight. We are running out of time, guys. I just want to really quickly touch on your own match this evening. All we have time for is Conduit Gremlins going up against Monkey's Fever, most likely for that second place spot in Ionia. Obviously, you guys are both going to predict yourselves to win, but I assume you're going to expect the Feverish Monkeys to put up a pretty good fight. So what do we think? GVG, I'll come to you first for this one. Do you think it's going to be a 2-0? What do you expect to happen on the Rift tonight?
Yeah, I think that kind of depends on their lineup. They've been running Stubby the last few weeks, and I do think Terps is a lot better. I know that they put Stubby mid at one point, but I don't believe that's what they should be doing. So it depends on their lineup. I think they have I think the official content got it right that this is a topside game. We're looking at the solo laners and the jungler, and a lot of it's going to come down to strategy in the jungle, trying to figure out where we got advantages. I think, given my position, I'd like to think that we go 2-1. I think there's some potential avenues for us to lose focus and lose attention, drop some comms, and let them take over the game. And if we can keep focus and prevent that from happening, I think we do win. But I do think we'll lose it at some point and drop a game.
Yeah. I mean, the Fever Monkeys, I think, are definitely going to be equipped to give you guys a run for your money. Definitely will be interesting to see what roster they do end up sending out onto the Rift tonight. That could be a big factor. But Dark, your thoughts on this match?
It's pretty hard to say that we're gonna straight out win. It's gonna be really, really close in my opinion. I think Fever is one of the top tier teams from the division and in the whole league, I think. So if we win tonight, I have really high hopes for Gremlins to make far into playoffs. But it all comes down to how well we can actually perform. Because last time we played Dorado and we made the game harder than it's supposed to be, and we ended up only barely winning, I feel like, in my opinion. So Fever is a different beast, and we just need to make sure that we're playing our game correctly, and we should win out, I think, 2-1.
Interesting. So would you actually put the Feverish Monkeys up on the same tier as the Reformed Monkeys? Do you feel like, both of those squads are really top tier teams?
No.
I would, but I haven't I have only played one team, right? I've played the Reformed Monkeys, and I can say they're the best team in the division. But I haven't played Fever, which makes me yet. Yeah, I'm about to play in 3 minutes, so it makes me a bit uneasy saying that they're same tier. But I can definitely see both us and Fever being a close second.
Okay. Really quickly, Optimal Esports versus Dorado Gaming Epsilon. Your prediction, and then 3 words why you're predicting that. GVG, go.
Dorado Gaming, because OE doesn't actually care about winning. It's very clear in how they draft. They don't care.
Spicy. Okay, Dark.
I want to say if OE doesn't win with their roster swaps today, they're the biggest frauds.
Wow. Okay. Spicy stuff. Thank you for that, guys. Okay, shout outs. Dark, any shout outs you have? Words for the stream?
I would like to shout out my team and my captain here. GVG has been putting in tons of work on the team and drafts. Sometimes we blind LeBlanc, but other than that, we're pretty smooth sailing because he puts in a ton of work.
Lovely, lovely. GVG shoutouts.
I'm not gonna ruin that, so no.
Well, guys, thank you so very, very much for coming on the podcast. GVG, especially coming in short notice here and giving us your insights. Really, really appreciate that. Really great to talk to both of you guys. And on a personal note, it's been really great to see all the success you've been able to find this season as somebody who's kind of been, you know, following you along from Plat now into Emerald. I've really been enjoying sort of that whole story. So thank you for that, guys. Thank you for joining us. Everybody, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, our last best of 3 of the round robin. See you there. Alrighty, Otters, welcome back to BOL Emerald Season 12, Week number 7. It is now time to get into our last scheduled best of 3 before playoffs between Final Boss Alpha and Dynasty Star Weavers. This is an incredibly tight matchup, guys. Both of these teams have had their fair share of struggles this season. They find themselves here at the end of the round robin, exactly tied with one another in the standings as they get ready to face off. I should mention we actually do have a 3-way tie for 4th place here in Noxus. The other FB team, Final Boss Rebirth, are in the mix as well. Rebirth's opponent tonight, however, is Syndicate Crashouts. So assuming that one goes to chalk, the Crashouts should win, and the winner of this match right here is going to be the one going on to playoffs, and the loser will be done for this season. My name is Crewman44. I am thrilled to be here, and of course, to be joined by the great Gitano to close out the split. Gitano, how you doing tonight?
Good, doing well. I'm ready for this game, and especially with playoffs on the line, the team's got to be feeling the nerves right now. I'm super excited. It's going to make for good gameplay. So, yeah, I'm thrilled.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one, no matter what, no matter which way it goes tonight. We are definitely going to be in for a treat. Everything to play for both of these teams. You know, we discussed a little bit in Otter Talk. We had a couple of the Gremlins on to just kind of discuss what we were expecting from all the matchups this week. And, you know, this one, we all predicted Dynasty to win, Gitano. So I'll be curious to see, you know, after draft, how you're feeling about the whole situation. How are the Cats feeling tonight, by the way?
Cats are feeling red all the way through. They didn't even look
Feeling
at
really
the
red,
blue.
huh? Wow,
They
wow,
didn't
wow,
even
wow.
look at it. So, I mean,
So that is going to be a 3-gamer then, is what the Cats are
That's-
predicting for us. So,
I mean, the Cats were wrong. Clearly, I'm in charge. I give them food, water, and life. So, I mean, how much can we really put into factor? But
Wow.
before I say too much
Oh,
about
wow.
them, did I make playoffs besides them, or do they still have the better record than I?
versus
You
the
know?
Cats,
Yeah,
I actually, also, you have the standings for us, right? Of Gitano versus the Cats.
What?
Oh, the Cats have
Ah,
edged you out. Just getting word in right now. They are on top of those prediction standings. Sorry,
by a
Gitano.
whisker, I
You
heard.
didn't
That
make
was some
it.
horrible
Yeah, it was
punnage.
close. It was close.
Awful. Just awful. I think there was something internally going on. I think the records were a little
Oh.
spoofed. Something was you know what, we're gonna have to delve a giant internal investigation on this, because I think
Oh, the competitive integrity of the predictions being called into question here. We'll have to investigate that a little bit more later. We do have a little bit of catching up to do on the draft here, Mr.
For sure.
Gitano. So we had a Rakan happen on the B1. We also had some bans happen. We'll just skip over those for now. We then had a Kaisa and Poppy come out in response. Rakan B1. Yeah, Poppy Kaisa makes a lot of sense there. And then we followed that up with an Ash Gragas pairing from Final Boss Alpha. So Ash Rakan is the bot lane. Gragas could really go anywhere. And now we have an Amumu. So we're all caught up. I'm not entirely sure what to make of it, but I think whatever it is, I like Dynasty's side of it just a little bit more, Gitano. What are you thinking so far?
yeah, I'm gonna be on the same boat with you here, Grumman. It just looks like the Ash pick I'm not sure about. In the Recon, maybe you're drafting some sort of long range kind of universal with Ash. You might pick something like a Galio, something to cross map help, but the laning itself is not helping. Now, to this, it could be something where, hey, Rakan's gonna be out of lane, 70-80% of the time, helping out, roaming, making sure objectives are being taken, so I can maybe see that aspect. But when we do look at the Dynasty, I really like the Poppy movement right away. No one's really going in unless Poppy really says so. Kaisa, great mobility. Definitely in flavor of the week on this patch as well. And the Moo being able to hard CC already just makes it that much better.
Okay, so some additional context for us, Gitano. Rakan is actually one of the most played champions for both of these supports. So for Spicy Tuna Fish, the Final Boss Alpha support was the second most played champion last split, 17 games, 65% win rate on the Rakan.
Wow.
And then for Dynasty, Darkwing Duck, their support, Rakan is easily the most played there. 63 games played last split, 54% win rate. So clearly, this is a pick away situation where Final Boss Alpha just felt like the respective support's comfort on Rakan kind of trumps other draft priorities. That is the call that they are making. And I think that does, clarify things a little bit. I still don't know if I'm really sold on the B1 Rakan, but that at least does explain to us what the thought process kind of is here for the Alpha draft strategy. We do have our mid lane matchup getting locked in here. It's going to be Orianna for Aqua on the side of Dynasty, and then it's going to be matched by the Anivia for Dr. Shrouds here on Final Boss. What do you think about that Anivia in the context of being picked into the Orianna?
It can kind of go really either way, but once that ultimate
Okay.
hits and Anivia figures out the wall, Orianna has to really be careful about the positioning. As soon as she steps in too far, the wall hits, the ult comes up, you follow that up with a great stun, and all of a sudden, that's a lot of health going down in one aspect. Plus, if you have a gank too, there's not a lot of, run potential in this. I'm looking for jungle fights, close corridors, something where that Ashe is really pinching off your engage from your backline here, and that can be super dangerous. But on the other side, we have the ball delivery system. Poppy can, charge in. We have the Amumu ult as well on top of it, and depending on what we see here, give the Demacia Garen.
You like the Garen? The R5 Garen?
That's
There he
gonna be
is.
a
There he
great split
is.
push to maybe answer the Gwen and keep those two on the island. But yeah, the mid matchup, that's something too where, a good shockwave ult can really displace Anivia as well. There's not a lot of escaping tools for her, and if that Gragas really comes in early, the casket barrel can really send you off edge, as well as the Mumu gang. So I feel like, mid's a little bit more mobile, a lot of, swinging back and forth here, and a lot of scaling.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? So I really kind of like the point you were making about Anivia being able to pressure the Orianna, due to the fact that Orianna doesn't have very much mobility. If Anivia does catch her in a situation where she's maybe a little bit overextended, you cut off the escape path with the wall there. Orianna could definitely, I could see the Orianna losing out on that trade pretty heavily. And, furthermore, the composition for Dynasty definitely feels like more of a dive comp than anything, right? You've got the Amumu and the Poppy that are trying to dive forward, and the Kaisa who can fly in there over the top to follow up. And Anivia is great into those kinds of compositions, right? Where you just kind of put down the R, and then anybody who dives on top of you is just going to end up taking a whole bunch of damage. So I think that could work really well for the side of Final Boss, but almost by the same token, Gitano, the Orianna can be powerful in these kinds of situations as well. Ashe and Anivia are two carries that, again, don't have a lot of innate mobility. So a Shockwave can be especially threatening on these sorts of champions.
Yeah, I agree as well. We just touched on Nivea. That's the queen of disengage and farm, basically. Depending on the mana, if you're gonna go the Roar route and Archangels, you can really heavily sustain. But yeah, this ball delivery system, you got the poke from Kaisa. It can definitely be deadly. So I think it's gonna be that tail of the mid game era of where we're gonna see exactly which team is ahead and who's gonna be throwing the fights, and picking their spots. Because if I'm Dynasty here, I'm avoiding those small pinch points, because I personally recently played against Anivia, and it was like we couldn't even get to anything or help them, and it felt like you were at least 10 seconds away from a fight, and by that time it's already over. But having said that, there's ways to get around here. The bandage toss, the Ori ball can go straight over it too. But I'm interested to see this top lane as well, the Garen Gwen, see exactly who topples out on this.
Well, funny that you mentioned that, Gitano. I was taking a look at the in-client champ select that's happening right now. It does appear that the Gragas has been locked in the top lane position. So I don't know if this was always the plan for Final Boss Alpha, or if this is an audible that they're calling in response to the R5 Garen. But it does look like it's going to be Gragas that is the Demacian Might's opponent up there towards the top side. So what do you think about that matchup between the Gragas and the Garen?
It depends on what the Gragas is going to be going here. If we're going to see a Roa build, if we're going to go straight to the tank, if we're going a little bit more heavy AP to try to poke out the Garen. I think this favors Garen a little bit in the matchup making, because he's going to quickly Q in and silence you, spin around, and even if you do shove into him, he's still going to get that damage. As well as, building a couple of magic resist items fairly early is going to help him, because I see Gwen and Nivea and Gragas are your main people are going to be poking you out. Yes, the Ashe is going to be slowing and doing physical, but not as heavily scaling. And there are threats to really kind of dispose of the Ashe. So that's your front line that you're kind of looking at taking here. So it'll be interesting. I haven't seen a Gragas top lane in quite some time, so I'm intrigued for them to pull it out.
Yeah, I mean, Gragas is sort of famously a great neutralizing pick, particularly towards the top lane, right? You can really use him to kind of nullify aggressive split pushers and this sort of thing. He can just very, very comfortably farm up waves underneath his turrets, sustain up with the passive and with the W, and he can just kind of maintain a presence in that side lane for really extended periods of time. So that is, I'm sure, going to be the game plan for Maldi up there on the Gragas. Is, like you mentioned, still going to be difficult to really find advantages against the Garen. But I'm pretty sure it's just going to be the sort of a neutralizing angle coming out for Maldi is kind of the idea in this one.
Yeah.
But moving now more towards a jungle conversation, Gitano. With the Gragas in the top lane, that does mean we're going to see Gwen into the jungle. So Gwen jungle is something that sort of pops up periodically in solo queue. We see it once in a while. I've never really tried it myself, but it does feel like she should probably have a pretty good matchup here into the Amumu. Gwen does tend to enjoy fighting against opponents who are stacking a lot of health. She kind of just snips right through it. So what do you think about the Gwen in the jungle, particularly in this matchup against the Amumu?
Yeah, I think they're just going to kind of play to both of their sides. I don't really see any aggressiveness or invading happening from either side. So I think it's going to be a race to 6. See, who's pushing what and where they can really help out. The Gwen ult, will be really easily, helping the gank as well as those dashes. But Mumu as well is just one bandage toss, curses a sad mummy, and then hopefully your team is able to follow up. So I think it's going to be kind of that, like you said, the top lane, a little bit of a stalemate back and forth until, one or the other really starts to develop. But it'd be interesting to see the Gwen get ahead and kind of see her, kind of shove and push wherever she wants, knowing that if Mumu does come around, she definitely has that advantage, like you stated.
Well, we shall see. It is now prediction time, Gitano. What are you thinking with these two drafts fully fleshed out? Who's got the advantage? The Cats, as we mentioned, they are just a whisker ahead of you here with 1 week left to play in the round robin. Are you going to just align with them? Now it almost does feel like you have to pick against the Cats to try and make up that bit of a difference. But what are your analytical instincts telling you, Gitano?
I went through this quite a bit. I kind of rackled my brain this whole week, just kind of going in and out. But I think yep.
Wait, what?
Oh, sorry, I had a taco in my mouth. Did you not hear what I? Oh, wow, that's weird. I'll tell you after the stream.
Oh, okay. Sometimes there's just a taco in the mouth. These things do happen. We're just gonna go into a short break, guys. We'll get the reconnaissance on that prediction a little bit later. See you in game.
Aqueles que se perderam. Hoje eles a chamam de exilada. No outro tempo defendeu com sua espada. Tantas injustiças hoje serão julgadas. De batalha seu corpo tão cheio de marcas, yeah, yeah. Como todo mundo segue lutando de falhas. Nessa guerra nunca deixe vibrando sua espada. Seguindo onde sua alma foi estira. Essa agora recolhe pedaços com consciência na amargurada. Mas eu há muito tempo foi selada. Se está no meu caminho, mexe cai, passou bastante parecido com variação de como pode ser usada. Nunca siga os passos nem minha levada. Na estrada sua mente pode ser marcada. No rugido do andério, cortando na luta, o fio ganhando. Aumentando a sequência de lacerações. Golpes que vão sendo cronometrados pela minha espada e uma speed que é impossível de prever. E isso é um Musashi ganhando soco. Giro inigualável sob runa e terra. Enquanto a maldade insiste em permanecer, eu vou achar você. Quem me deu essas ordens fez eu me perder. Eles vão perecer, ela não vai ceder. Libere o poder da sua espada. Ela nunca vai se curvar, por isso a jornada desse caminho ela trilhou. Guerreiros, porque aquele esmiuçou. Em mim você nunca acreditou, e agora o jogo virou. Enviada em uma missão que ela não poderia mais completar. E agora recolhe os pedaços de sua honra. Talvez ela queira voltar no tempo. E eu te disse aqui que com aceleração na build cê não vai conseguir. Eu conto 1, 2, 3, o inimigo sumir. A espadachim é caramba, não tem pra nenhum master. Hoje eles a chamam de exilada. No outro tempo defendeu com sua espada. Tantas injustiças hoje serão julgadas. De batalha seu corpo tão cheio de marcas, yeah, yeah. Na ultimate o vento corre pela ameaça pra cultura. Tendo um monstro que Noxus criou, a gente alcançou. Sei que tu cansou e tu se superou. Top que garou, yeah. Caçando heróis só por diversão. O verdadeiro poder não vem vão. Ouça a respiração. A Demon Slayer eles vão enfrentar. Getsuga neles e os céus eu vou rasgar. Não tem escapatória aqui. Asas quebradas vão ressurgir. A chamam de exilada. Noutro tempo os defendeu com sua espada. Tantas injustiças hoje serão julgadas. De batalha seu corpo tão cheio de marcas, yeah, yeah.
Eles não podem sair impunes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody else, welcome to Summoner's Rift for our first game of the night. Final boss Alpha on the blue side, Dynasty, Star Weavers on the red, playoffs on the line. Let's see if we're going to get anything spicy early on. Probably not. In high-stakes matches like this, teams generally do tend to start a little bit slower. Nobody wanting to make any mistakes early and throw away a perfectly good game of League of Legends.
It's not throwing it away. It's just making it more entertaining. Who doesn't want the comeback story or,
Sure.
the good old heroic, I was down 0-3 in jungle and came back and, finished
Mm.
18-3. We all love to hear about those.
We do. Actually, now that you mention it, I'm sure these teams wouldn't want it any other way. So whoever starts losing this game, it's probably looking really good for whoever that team is. Is kind of my takeaway there.
I know you mentioned about the supports, both of them playing this champion, and I feel like that also gives advantage to the person not playing as well, as the weaknesses, the counters, kind of those tendencies that you will start to lean on. So we'll see how much that is a factor here in the bot lane.
And, in terms of counters, Poppy is a big one for the Rakan. Really just kind of nullifies pretty much everything that he wants to do ever. So that makes a lot of sense that would come. I mean, Poppy's just like a strong pick in the meta right now as well, just in general. Is also going to be effective, of course, into the Gwen as well as the Gragas. So a great counter pick, a really intelligent counter pick, I think, for Darkwing Duck over here on the side of Dynasty. Is a little bit difficult in the laning phase, though. Before the Poppy has all of her abilities, is susceptible to getting harassed. As we can see here, Darkwing Duck already forced to go through one of those health potions.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth here, Poppy. Once you just get that level 2, try to seismic shove, someone into the wall. Let them have a good time. But I'm not too worried. Health will come back easily. And this mid lane kind of crushing back and forth here between Anivia and
They
Ori.
are trading very aggressively. It's Electrocute for Dr. Shrouds. So definitely a very early game-oriented rune choice there.
Yeah, it just takes one ability, one Flash Frost to land, followed by the Frostbite, and then an auto attack weaved somewhere in the middle of it, and you've lost, a good 200-300, life portion there. So, definitely if she can start proccing this here early, the Nivea's gonna be really happy.
We do have our junglers clearing towards opposite sides in this one. The Amumu is clearing up towards the Garen Gragas lane, and the Gwen, meanwhile, is clearing down towards the bot lane. Ash Rakan versus Kai'Sa Poppy. We'll see if either one of these junglers is going to be able to make an early impact. Amumu is, generally speaking, going to be better at that than somebody like the Gwen. But Maldi on the Gragas is not very susceptible to being ganked. In fact, he's already gone back to base, already gone for that first recall. Not really able to get too much with it, just a mana crystal. It's really all he's able to get from Boris this time around. But he, at the very least, is not going to be gankable as he walks back to lane.
Yeah, lose out, a little bit on the wave, a little bit of XP early. But like you said, you're safe from the gank. Nothing's going to happen. You didn't blow TP just in case something happens. But Poppy here, finding spicy tuna fish against the wall.
Yeah. As Aqua has already gone for the base and teleport back, as Dr. Shroud's down extremely low here. Does get the Anivia passive out there in the 1v1. Really nice play there from the Orianna. Gets that individual advantage. Zeta moves in, but there's nothing really that the Gwen can do.
Yeah, good job by Orianna making sure that she's, or Aqua being able to exit towards the top side rather than going straight back to tower, just in case, there was something hinky going on past that. But they also have wards on that side too, knowing that's kind of a safer extraction towards that. And here's that Anivia wall. Ooh.
Yeah, but Dr. Shroud's
misplay.
Only level 5 still, doesn't have access to the Glacial Storm. It moves Jordan as this Anivia is down so low again. Does still have the teleport, right? So Shrouds can go back to base, is now going to be able to use the teleport to get back to lane. Jordan is thinking about maybe doing something. Actually, was just looking for the Raptor camp steal away there, but Raptors were not alive. Amumu is not going to be able to get anything. Anivia arrives back to lane. Pretty quiet early game so far. One thing about these compositions, Gitano, that I am noticing is the fact that the composition for Final Boss Alpha is extremely AP heavy. Their entire top side is only magic damage. The only AD that they have in the entire composition is going to be Limbless Freak on the Ashe. And Ashe is not really a champion known for doing copious amounts of damage in the mid and late games. Really more of a utility pick, right? So that is a cause for concern, potentially, if we do get towards those mid and later stages with a pretty even game state. you know, Jordan and Darkwing Duck there in particular on the Amumu and the Poppy, if they just start stacking a bunch of MR, that could look really good. As we'll see how this gank looks in the bottom lane as Jordan is coming in right as the Rakan goes forwards as well. Another battle dance to try and get back towards the 80k. Okay, that bandage toss is not what we needed.
Yeah, just a little off. Not quite what they wanted. Oriana here though, getting cut out by the wall. Nice little combo there by Dr. Shrouds.
No mana for the Oriana and no teleport. So this is a pretty big wave that is going to crash, and the Nivea is about to go up a little bit in terms of the CS. Meanwhile, Zeta taking the grubs on the top side of the map, pretty much right on spawn there for the Gwen. We do have them winning out right now in the bot lane as well. Limbless Freak able to step forward, use that passive from the Ashe to push Kai'Sa and Poppy back underneath their turret. So winning out in both mid lane and bot lane for the side of Final Boss Alpha so far. And they are able to get that first neutral as well. Nobody making any moves towards this Chemtech Dragon just yet.
Yeah, with having two pushing lanes and you're, recalling towards that top side doesn't allow anyone to really rotate over, nor do I think it's probably the best option. You're not the level 6 Mumu, your bot lane's getting pushed in, a lot of subs are still up, Anivia hitting 6, you just want to be passive, wait for your opportunity, no need to force something. We're still 0-0 here, gold, 100 difference, so maybe it's the teams just saying, hey, just farm it out, play it out, we'll wait till late game. And top side too, I'm surprised no one's really tried the all-in button or try to hit each other super hard against each other, but
I'm sure Tommy would love to go for an all-in if he sees the angle, but Maldi is just gonna bump him with the belly a little bit and say no thank you sir, no angles here, and just kind of walk away from it. Meanwhile, we are looking for a dragon down here towards the bottom side of the map. Zeta's got that one down to about 50%. Bot lane Prio as well is going to facilitate the take of this objective for Alpha's Jordan wanting to try and move in there. Gets severely chunked out by Dr. Shrouds. Another wall comes down. Aqua might have to burn the flash to get away here. Does have to do so. Darkwing Duck flashing away as well, but the needlework, it comes out, and Duck's going to get taken down. First blood for the Alpha Jungler, and it's going to be another one on the board as well. Limbless Freak gets in there. Number 1 for the Ashe, and 2-0 plus the objectives for Final Boss
They might
Alpha.
not be done.
Oh, they might not be done indeed. You're right, Gitano, as Dolan flashes away from the grand entrance and will be able to seek refuge underneath the tier 1 turret. But a lot of summoners blown there and a lot of advantages starting to get stacked up for FB.
Yeah, this is why I chose them to win too. I'm sorry if there was a mic communication, mishap earlier,
right.
But that's what it was here. The Amumu getting chunked out even before the dragon officially was available for him to even step in. It's the Anivia wall too, peeling off 2 of them, making sure it's kind of the all in or you got to get out of here right away situation happening here. So having both early objectives in their pockets right now, really satisfying. And I'm just realizing too now, Tommy, with the ignite for the top side, big CS lead here. Gragas, I don't think we've seen the teleport being used yet. I would have liked to seen that early use, so you have multiple uses at its stake now, but kind of holding it, ready for the fight to break out, just in case he can join.
Oh, that is fair, but Maldi just hasn't really needed to use it. A nice cancel there on the recall of Tommy. Keep the Garen in lane. Although, actually, Garen has not purchased any items yet whatsoever. So Tommy would probably really love to get back to the fountain. Should be able to do so momentarily here. Yeah, it's 2,700 gold in inventory. Garen, why are we not bought any items at 10 minutes into the... What's going on here? Anyways, we are seeing a bit of a scrap in the... Never mind. There's not really too much happening in the bot lane. It's just Rakan jumping around all over the place as he likes to do. But, okay, maybe a play in the mid lane, actually, as Aqua's going to get walled off. No flash for the Oriana. The shockwave is decent, but not decent enough, I don't think. Surely, Aqua is going to get taken down here. One more snip from Zed is going to make it happen, and Jordan goes for the Curse of the Sad Mummy on it, too. Gets some great damage out there. The Gwen is going to burn down, and now the Amumu flashes on top of the Anivia, but the stun comes out, and Jordan is not able to get out that last little bit of damage. The Amumu, though, the banish toss, the turnaround, he gets Anivia into the egg, but he can't stick around to finish the job. The egg will not be cooked Jordan critically will not be cooked either. Amumu able to walk away from that one, and it is going to end up being a 1-for-1 in that scrap.
What a back and forth moment there for both sides. Curse of the Sad Mummy almost taking down, two Instagive, just a little bit more health on that, Shockwave, a little more damage, but a great job picking up 2 with that, grabbing some time for Mumu to come in, and then great aggressiveness, but, having to walk through that Anivia slow and just it cracking on you, and she only has the Catalyst and the Tier. There's not a lot of damage yet on that Anivia, and she's doing a great amount here in the beginning.
Definitely. We're really seeing the value of that Anivia come through already. Like we mentioned in the draft, it can be really powerful into compositions like this that want to dive forward, that want to be able to play aggressively with some of these tools. The Anivia can be so powerful at blocking escape paths and just controlling those zones. Meanwhile, we did see Zeta pick up the first grub in the second cohort here. That does get Final Boss Alpha to that 4 grub buff. They will have access to the Void Mites this game. The denial of those last 2 grubs is definitely just a bit of a consolation prize for the side of a Dynasty, to be honest. But at the very least, able to deny all 6 from going over. And they are now going to have the opportunity to play for this next dragon, spawning in about a minute. A lot of pings coming down on towards that objective from both sides right now in the chat. This is probably going to be a big team fight, Katano.
Yeah, both sides prepping for it, like you just stated with those chats. Poppy, though, might be in the target here.
Yeah, catches out the support. Darkwing Duck in trouble. He's going to have the flashback off cooldown in just a moment, but it doesn't quite come back in time. Just a fraction of a second away there, I think, for Darkwing Duck on the flash. But the Poppy is going to go down. She is going to respawn a little bit before the dragon. I don't know if she's really going to be able to make it back in time. The setup, at the very least, is going to be in favor of Alpha. Aqua, meanwhile, in the mid lane, is going to get forced out here towards the top side. A nice roam over from Tuna Fish. Pushes out the enemy mid lane. It's going to be complete control over the area for Final Boss Alpha. Jordan just looking to secure the blue buff right now.
Yeah, Darkwing just pushing out a little too far, not leaving well enough alone. You cleared the ward, get yourself an entrance, make sure you have those people, especially when the objective's coming up. They are on it right now, and Nivea's on the flank, though, ready for
Dynasty has kind of just been allowed to walk in here. Jordan goes forward, does have Curse of the Sad Mummy available. When does the Amumu decide to use it? He gets another bandit toss. He does connect it on the 2, but he just burns down. The Amumu doesn't have any resistances yet to speak of. An Aqua, it's a big old sombrero in the river. It's 2 more kills going over to Final Boss Alpha. They get their second dragon, and they're opening up a little bit of a gold lead here, my friend.
Yeah, a 2k early gold lead here, and I think it was more of a bait for them to come in. You saw Nivea on the side there, on the control ward, making sure she had the rotations. Gragas did a great job of finding a TP towards the backside, just in case anything else, broke out at that moment. But, a great utilization too there by Spicy Tuna Fish, and just kind of, catching people. Unfortunately, the ult's not quite wombo comboing correctly. We see Jordy, Sad Mummy too, but nothing too priority, not being able to, smite the dragon, and Aqua just not finding targets there with the ult. But Garen
Tommy maybe is in trouble. Yeah, has managed to secure a lot of damage onto that tier 1, but now he's going to have to pay for it with his own life. Kind of just gave up the goose there. Tommy even had the flash, but decided to turn and fight to try and trade for the 1-for-1, but wasn't able to get the ultimate out in time. Just ends up giving over another kill to their opponents. And yeah, in that last team fight, I think you really hit the nail on the head there. I think if the Curse of the Sad Mummy had been comboed with the Shockwave, that fight maybe looks really, really different for the side of Dynasty, but a little bit of miscoordination there in the mid-jungle, and it was a great teleport from Maldi as well, like you also mentioned, to make sure that it was going to be numbers in favor of Final Boss.
A little worried. Nivea has not backed and finished the Roa yet, even though it's hitting around that 15-minute mark. You want that 10-minute mark, if you're feeling on a good spot to kind of finish that. So a little bit of power delay in the hands there of Nivea. Gragas now finishing up the Hextech Revolver for the first item. The Ludens.
Oh, the Ludens.
The Hextech.
Yeah.
I was like, what's... But yeah, Ludens. A little bit of a head, tilter for me. But, hey, if it's working, it's working. I'm not going to... tell you who or what you can build here, and Stride Breaker on the other side there for Garen.
I mean, to me, that Ludens for Maldi really signifies the fact that he is incredibly confident with this current game state. Like, he feels like the squad is already running away with this one, and he's just going to try and build damage and snowball this game even further. Like, the AP Gragas from ahead can be incredibly oppressive, right? Incredibly difficult to play against. He does so much damage, is so disruptive in the fights, but you're not tanky at all with this build. So if you mess up the engage, if you get caught out on your own at any point in the side lane, the enemy team can burst you down extremely easily. So I'm going to be really watching Maldi as we move further in this game to see if that AP Gragas build is going to pay dividends for him.
Yeah, I think he's going to be going something for more of like a mid to back line almost. Gragas, where you're throwing out the abilities, making sure, your cask is held for the right time rather than starting these engage and fights off. You have the Rakan, you have the Gwen that, are made and built to go in here. Let them do that. You're ahead. Let's just play safe, play back, hold the abilities for the right moments and kind of build your lead off of that. Still a little bit of CS lead though here. Tommy up 30 odd CS, but we don't see, that domination. The only real reason why the tower went out is because Gragas did have to TP for the dragon and really let him have the tower there.
Yeah, I mean, it is about a 1,000 individual gold lead for Tommy up there in the top lane 1v1, but like you said, it's really not... It's not a big enough lead for us to really think like, oh, Garen is so strong. He's going to be like a win condition in the side lane. It's not really enough for the side of Tommy, for the side of Dynasty, to really pressure their opponents. So we'll see if Maldi is going to be able to, as long as you don't start giving over tier 2s. I think you're absolutely right that Maldi was okay to trade that tier 1 turret for the team fight and the dragon a little bit earlier on. But we do have our next dragon. It's going to be an Ocean Soul this game, Gaetano. And our first Ocean Dragon going to be making its way onto the Rift less than a minute.
Yeah, these teams already have vision kind of put out here. Control wards towards the bottom. Scuttle also being taken to give a little bit of vision. So I think there's going to hold off until that goes down to really set up another, either a bush gank or wait for the team to kind of pop into them here. We've seen it time and time again in Final Boss. They're going to set up early, make sure that if you do step in without the team, you're going to get punished. And Orianna might be that person here if she does get any further forward.
But they're not going to pull the trigger for the side of Final Boss. The blue buff there, I believe, was secured by Zeta.
Yep. Yes.
And Dragon spawning imminently now. Complete control over the area, once again, held by Alpha, but Jordan moving into the river on the flank here. They are going to be able to clear out this line brush. Shelly going to be dropped into the mid lane for the side of Alpha to create some extra priority there. And we'll see. They might honestly even be willing to trade away this first Ocean Dragon in exchange for some pressure onto the tier 2. Looks like the dragon is immediately going to be started up by the side.
Gragas on the backside.
From Maldi, though, the damage coming out immediately onto the carries is massive. Aqua and Dolan both immediately have to flash away to try to stay alive. Darkwing Duck tries to flash away as well, but the side of Dynasty, they got that first kill onto the enemy jungler, but now everybody has flashed away, and the health bars are so incredibly low. Dr. Shrouds flashes forward for the last auto attack. They get the kill onto the mid laner, and now the cleanup starts to come through. It's everybody on Dynasty running for the hills. They can't continue to fight any further. They did manage to take down jungle and support on the side of their opponents, but they can no longer contest the objective now. Well, it doesn't really seem like Final Boss want to play for the objective either. They are pressuring the tier 2, looking to get the maximum punish for this play.
Yeah, Turd and the Dragon here coming up. I don't think there's anything, unfortunately, Dynasty can do. Mumu topside right now. They're going to clear out vision, take the Dragon, hop back and do it all over again here. Gragas, great TP, starting out the fight, splitting everyone up. A Nivea wall, shoving a kind of a 3-2 on the top side of it, really allowing them to get through. And, credit to Dynasty, they held their own. It was a very difficult, close battle, but at the end of it here, unfortunately not having the sustain or the damage to really take everyone out with that burst. And we see a lot of sums used here. Darkwing out, Dolan out, Aqua just has a TP, but everything was blown on that side for that fight, and you still did not grab enough resources. And now your gold leads here a little over 4K here for a Final Boss.
Yeah, that's right, Gaetano. And to the credit of Dynasty, it did feel like they were trying to play to their win condition, right? They were trying to dive onto their opponents and pick off somebody at the start of that fight. A lot was committed for that as well. We saw But the problem was they were able to get Gwen, but the problem was the fact that Moldy kind of dove onto them first. That was kind of the first thing that happened in the fight, as Aqua and Dolan immediately get chunked down to about 50%. And yeah, the side of Dynasty were able to take down one target, but it was the Gwen. They weren't able to get on top of these carries for Final Boss Alpha. Gwen just kind of ended up, I mean, not to say that Gwen isn't a carry, she definitely can be, but the fact that Anivia and Ashe were both so safe in that fight really made it pretty unwinnable in the end for Dynasty.
And that's two people you don't want to try to be running away from. Anivia's got the range,
Exactly,
has
yeah.
the slow. Same with the Ashe. You try to run away from her, she's like a bad cold that you just don't take care of. It just keeps coming back for you every single time you turn around. So, and now Anivia 1-0-6 has the Archangels, has the row complete. Oh, and Gwen just finishing the death cap. That is going to be scary here. The damage coming out of there, if there is enough CC kind of held down, she's going to snip her way through anyone she sees.
Can we get an AP check on Gwen, maybe? That might be interesting information for us. Yeah, 372 AP, 21 minutes. Seems good. Seems pretty good.
Bad, just a little bit of damage.
Yeah, just a smidge.
Just
We have a little bit of an interesting situation over here with Anivia playing against Garen in the side lane. Normally, I'd be a little bit worried for Anivia in this situation, and you can see why. Yeah, I think Anivia is causing us a little bit of concern. The Demacia Just is going to come down, going to get the bird into the egg. Which one comes first? We have our answer right here, guys. It is, in fact, the bird as she comes back out of the egg, and Tommy Buckets is going down. Anivia in the side lane, baby.
It's tough, and Baron being started here now on the backside of that. Anivia having to back, does have TP, ready to join the fight, and they are charging in here. Mumu having the ball.
On the map, Anivia does have the teleport, and here she comes directly into the Baron Pit. Jordan, though, is alive. Mumu can get over the back wall of this Baron Pit very, very easily. In goes Rakan. Spicy Tuna is looking to prevent the jungler from going for the 50-50, but everybody has peeled off the Baron now. They're going to be able to get back on it. So they finish off the Baron. Looked a little bit dicey for a second there, but in the end, it was good peel from Spicy Tuna Fish. Prevents Jordan from going for the flip. And it is now a monumental advantage for Final Boss Alpha in this first game. They are incredibly far ahead.
Yeah, just having that Garen, making sure you can 1v1 Anivia, not having the passive, but a great use of the TP. Great job in that team fight, being able to say, hey, stay on the Baron. We got this outside. Keep the pressure on. They're going to fall off eventually here. Good job picking that up. And now we have a Dragon, a minute 30 in. I imagine here in the next 30 seconds, they're going to be dancing around that Dragon. Now, Soul Point, you have not stopped fighting for dragons, and a Soul Point, you definitely not the time to start, but is it worth possibly losing more than just the dragon? Because you have the Baron as well that you're fighting against, so if you lose dragon, you're going to be losing inhib, maybe a second one, depending on where the state of your, minion wave is at.
Yeah. Definitely the case. It's kind of almost checkmate at this point, unfortunately, for Dynasty. That it feels like, once this dragon spawns, like you said, they're not really going to have very many good options in terms of what they can go for. If you contest the dragon, you're almost certainly going to lose a big chunk of your base. If you just defend the base, you're going to lose out on Ocean Soul. So it's pretty difficult to play out from here. As we can see, we do have a Final Boss moving into the river right now, getting themselves some control. And the side of Dynasty are just going to be pushed back. Looks like the call will be to defend.
Yeah, they maybe try to stall out here. Let the Baron take away. They're going to be dancing around the Dragon Pit. Just clear everything out. But, great wall there by Anivia.
Yeah, forces the flash out from Dolan. That is very, very big. Huge cooldown there. Advantage for Final Boss. Tommy Buckets. A little bit caught out, has the movement speed to get away from the Anivia Q there. Flash Frost, I believe the name on that ability.
Yes.
So Tommy is not been caught out just yet. Everybody on Dynasty is standing strong for now. Oh, Jordan, though, does take the Q there. Chunked down to 50% just like that. That Anivia damage definitely is ramped up as Dr. Shrouds is up to level 16 now on the Anivia, by far the highest in the game here, it looks like. Now that's a flash away from Aqua. That's the other carry for Dynasty is down flash. Quickness connects onto Darkwing Duck, but Poppy is going to be able to get away for now. The Q connects. The Shockwave is decent, but it's the last-ditch effort. Jordan dives forward, immediately gets popped. The gold lead was just too massive in favor of Final Boss Alpha. Dolan wasn't able to finish anybody off, and now the E-Flash coming through from Maldi, who has had an absolutely fantastic game on the AP Gragas. And that should just be it. They've already secured the Ocean Soul, and now Final Boss can push to end.
Yeah, they're going to be shoving in here quite heavily. Garen not being able to defend. Oriana already used the Shockwave. Caught a grand 3, really good, followed by Mumu, but just too little too late on the Wombo combo. And that is a free inhibitor. Soul taken here. No objectives spawning for about 2.5 minutes here, so they are free to push out these side lanes and really set up again. I'm looking on the side. You got 202, 525, 407, 207. Like, it's just, there's a very sizable lead here, and I don't think you want to start fighting. Tommy, I know you have the Ignite. You're wanting to go in, but just
Tommy hasn't learned.
Pump the brakes a little bit here for at least this game.
I mean, hey, it's a Garen player, right?
What do you expect?
He runs forward and yells Demacia. That's his thing. That's what you can't tell him to not do that, Gitano. That's his whole thing.
It's one of those things. It's in your human nature, or the nature of
exactly.
what you are.
Yeah.
I think it was Dash from The Incredibles. It defines who I am. Like, that's what I imagine Garen players are.
Yeah. Well, the Garen player is going to take up some residence in the side lane once again here. Would really love to get this bounty off the tier 1 turret, but he's not going to be allowed to do so. Dr. Shrouds moves over and one-shots the minion wave, as Anivia does. Meanwhile, top lane, Aqua getting attacked by Zeta right now, just going to get cut to pieces by the needlework. Meanwhile, Spicy Tuna Fish does get a little bit caught up with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow connecting from long range onto the Poppy. Darkwing Duck getting burned down, flashes away. Beautiful grand entrance from the Tuna Fish, connects onto 2. The Keeper's Verdict in response ejects the Rakan, and it looks like the rest of these Dynasty members will be able to get out to safety, having only lost their mid laner. Will they be able to defend this top tier 2? No,
it's one of those.
Not.
Gotta give it up and, stop the bleeding somewhere, but also be ready to defend here. Kind of a bit of a split push here. 4 members up top and Nivea doing the splitting. I think this is all but over here very shortly.
Oh, yeah. The death throes for the side of Dynasty in this first game. I can hear them now. Anivia continuing to push in this bot lane. Finally, Tommy will move back over, as well as Jordan, to try and match. And it looks like Final Boss Alpha are playing this really, really carefully, right? With a gold lead this massive, it feels like they should be able to end by now. They've already taken 2 inhibitors as well. But this is such a high-stakes match, right? This is your entire season is riding on this match. So it's somewhat understandable that they'd want to take things a little bit slower and go for the tutorial-style victory, as it were.
Yeah, nice and easy. Don't get anything flashier. Too playmakery. Let's just go to the Baron, grab a minion wave, and end here. And this is kind of the final push here from the other side. But
there's the pitch. Tommy Buckets, with that tenacity, is going to be able to flash away from the engage. Needlework coming out there from Zeta, not really getting a whole lot done. The side of Final Boss do still have some stuff to work with. We do have Spicy Tuna holding on to the quickness still, as well as that explosive cask from Maldi. So definitely some stuff to worry about still for the side of Dynasty. But they do have to try and contest this Baron. I mean, you can't just give over another Baron with the base looking like this. Super minions are going to move on towards the Nexus turrets. Yeah, they are going to have to send Tommy back to deal with the super minions. So this is the go signal for Final Boss to start up the objective. Again, Jordan is in the area. Doesn't have flash. Could still get into the pit. That Grand Entrance is going to be sidestepped. Spicy Dunafish, beautiful. Engage onto all 4. And Dr. Shrouds, the flanking Anivia. Is that going to be the key to victory? The Zonia's is beautiful. The damage is insane from the Gragas. And it's an absolute wipe in the team fight. It's going to be the 4-0. Tommy Buckets, desperate to try and get in there. He at least wants to take down the Rakan. And he will bring a little bit of Demacian justice to this lawless world. Final Boss Alpha, though, they will take the Game 1 victory, and they don't care what Tommy has to say about it.
Yeah, Tommy just running in there. Might as well get my final stand here. Like 300. He's gonna go down, but he's gonna go down in style, and that is game 1 here. Wow. Just wow.
Yeah. Oh man, I doubted the draft. I thought they were a little bit too heavy on the magic damage. I definitely was doubting the Gragas build a little bit as well. But the solo lanes for Final Boss Alpha in this one were great. I mean, 0 deaths for both of them, 0 deaths for Limbless Freak as well on the Ashe. They were dominant in this one. They were really dominant. It felt like there was never really an angle for Dynasty.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of that too was their prep work. They made sure they were at the objectives, clearing the vision, making sure they had the clear line of sight, and a great job by Anivia making sure like that wall. We saw 3 flashes blown in about a 2-minute timer basically on that, and we saw time and time again at Dragon not being prepped, not following up with your teammates, grabbing out solo, and just getting chunked out here before this giant power spike really happened. And by the time mid game came around, it was just too little too late, and we never saw the Amumu Ori flash wombo combo with the Kaisa coming in, hopefully Poppy shoving out 2 major people, but it never came around to have that happen.
Yeah, and I feel like the big story in this game as well, the B1 Rakan, right? The fact that Rakan pick away came through in the draft. Spicy Tuna Fish definitely had a great game on the pick, had some really phenomenal engages, and Darkwing Duck on the Poppy counter pick, unfortunately, it felt like maybe that comfort wasn't really there. I mean, we saw so many of these explosive engages coming out from the side of Final Boss, and unfortunately, Darkwing Duck wasn't really able to stop any of them. The Poppy just not able to pop up the steadfast presence in time for any of these big plays, and over and over again, it felt like the side of Final Boss Alpha were able to find those priority targets in the team fights.
I also do want to call out the vision score for the supports. Rakan 115 and Poppy 75. That is a lot of vision difference. Yes, you did lose a lot of ground with the turrets, Shelly taking 1, then they grab another one right after that, and it's kind of hard to keep up and making sure. But I think that's what really kind of took it this game was those early objectives, making sure they had the wombo combo, people, getting chunked out before the fight even started, and then not leaving well enough alone. Hey, let's give them this dragon. Let's give them, this fight. There's no need for us to take it right now. We scale, grab some MR, we'll start to come back. But they just kept on fighting and fighting, and unfortunately got tumbled up into it.
Yeah. Congratulations on your correct prediction here for this first game, Katana. Well done. Well done indeed. Closing that gap between yourself and the Cats. I imagine you're probably all tied up now. So it's going to come down to the rest of this series. Is probably going to determine the predictor champion for this, for the regular season at least. But last order of business for game number 1, Gitano, is our POG, of course. A lot of strong contenders for this one, including those multiple deathless members like I called out earlier. Who's getting your vote?
I think all 5 could be nominated at this point. There's no one really super standing out, but I'm gonna have to go with Dr. Shroud's Anivia. Just so much positioning, great job like throughout the entirety. Even split pushing against the Garen and finding purchase on that. But these walls that were so critical to kind of keep everyone outside of that realm of even trying to engage, keeping them at bay, and really holding that team where they were. So I'm gonna have to give it to them.
I would actually look towards the Gragas. I would give it to the other solo laner here. Had some really impactful engages that I feel like set up
100%.
the Doctor for success in some of those earlier team fights that got Anivia the massive gold lead that she then used to such great effect.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like we already said, all 5 players on the side of Final Boss Alpha had a great game here in game number 1. We'll see if they can repeat that in game number 2, where if Dynasty are going to bring us that 3-gamer. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to BOL Emerald Week 7. We are preparing right now to jump into our Champion Select phase for game number 2 between Dynasty Starweavers and Final Boss Alpha. A very one-sided victory for Final Boss in game number 1, Gitano. Of course, the teams are swapping sides for the next game. Unfortunately for Dynasty, they are not going to have the opportunity to go for that B1 Rakan because, of course, it's Fearless Draft. So they're going to have to do something totally different. What would you like to see from them, Gaetano, in this second game in order to give us a little bit more of a competition tonight?
I'm hoping to see, some sort of kind of the same semblance of what they brought in here on game 1. So, something that can kind of go, and we're looking at the Nautilus, the Rel, something that has that engaged potential, or even if we want a little bit more disengaged, we could see the Braum, Namu's already picked, Maokai, something along those lines. But it really depends also kind of what they are looking here for the team comp wise. So we'll see if the support B1 pick is the answer here, or if they're going to leave it up. Maybe pick something neutral, flex pick that can go into the jungle or support or even top lane role.
Yeah. I mean, you could go for the support pick early if you wanted to. I don't know if there's another pick that Darkwing is feeling really comfortable or confident on that he wants to pull out tonight. But I really feel like the B1 support in the last game was just due to the contested nature of the Rakan pick specifically. So that's not necessarily what I'm expecting to come through here from Dynasty, but we'll just have to see. A couple of bans coming through so far. Shaco and Kog'Maw getting banned away by the Starweavers. Seraphine, it looks like, going to be added to that list. On the other side for Final Boss, they're going to ban away the Syndra and the Mordekaiser. Bans in game number 1 were, identical for Dynasty, and then the last ban for Final Boss was the Thresh. Let's see if that comes through again. Emilio instead. Okay.
So it could be that Thresh angle, and that is a really nice. I'm a huge fan of Thresh. Even depending on the, where the meta is, it's just so helpful. You get a catch out with the hook. You can save people, with the lantern. You can have a great disengage tool with the ults as well. But Ziggs being hovered here, I like that. You can flex it mid. You can go bottom, open up some AD mids as well for you here. So not a bad look here for Dynasty.
Yeah, we are a couple of patches removed from when all the pro teams were first picking Ziggs, and he was like far and away the strongest bot laner in the game. He still is strong, though. He absolutely still has a very comfortable place in the metagame here, and it is definitely a different look for the side of Dynasty as opposed to what they went for in game number 1, which I think is probably a good thing. But we are going to see the Jinx come out in response. This champion is another one that I feel like is very, very powerful, and I'm wondering, is this going to be the Thresh paired alongside the Jinx? Is the reason they didn't ban it because they wanted to pick it themselves? Nope, that wasn't the reason.
They picked the cats, Jinx and Leona. So.
True! Gitano cat buff! Whoa, the synergy! That's crazy. How did they know?
They just know. They must have stream sniped.
They must be watching the stream,
at some point.
That makes sense, actually, yeah. I mean, that's wow, okay. So the cat buff coming through here for Final Boss Alpha. That's great. I mean, Limbless Freak and Spicy Tuna Fish had a great game in game number 1 as well, obviously. They were really pressuring in the 2v2 in that lane. Jinx, it's a little bit more difficult to put out, as much early pressure, but when you have a Leona, maybe they're going to be looking to make that happen once again. And you're against a Ziggs as well, who can sometimes struggle early on. The Rel is going to come out in response for Dynasty, so that's kind of the other big engage pick. They're calling Final Bosses engage with some engage of their own, and actually raising the ante a little bit here, Gitano, locking in the Jarvan as well.
Yeah, 2 people that really can't get out of the catechism, depending on how much more you pick up. And this could alter your choices too. You don't want to be caught out by the J4. Maybe you're picking up something with a dash, for mid lane or top side. So it depends kind of what we're seeing. And Graves can get out there, also providing the smoke screen cover here. You talked about the Jinx Leona not having a lot of early pressure, but if Leona does find a good wombo combo that's done, the chompers come right behind, you get a zap, also hit on 2. It's a lot of not moving here from that side, and if the Rel decides to go in, that might be the only option of going in and not getting out afterwards here. Graves pick, I'm interested to see how that works here. I've seen him here quite a bit, but I haven't seen a really stand out Graves player thus far, but this could be the moment that I do.
Yeah, Graves is an interesting one. Graves is definitely a very interesting one. I think he's really strong into the Jarvan specifically, because obviously you can get out of that Cataclysm very easily. You're going to outscale. You have the stacking armor from Graves' passive as well. So it's great in the 1v1, and you're not really going to be pressured too much by the Jarvan early on. But Graves is kind of a weird champion where, like, yes, he scales well, but not really if he falls behind. You kind of have to play from, like, ahead. You have to be ahead of the game to really find a lot of effectiveness on the Graves. And I think it makes sense in the context of this match, given how one-sided Game 1 was in favor of Final Boss Alpha, that they can go for an aggressive jungle pick like this. But I do think that there's definitely some risk with going for a champion like the Graves, because they're definitely, like you kind of were mentioning for us just a moment ago, it's hard to really have a great game on Graves if you're not playing from ahead.
Yeah, kind of the feast or famine. Shen's gonna be able to help that though with the Stand United, make sure that he can support kind of where needed here. Also, Shen being a great, part of the meta right now. We'll see what the first item is, if he's gonna go more Heartsteel, T-Mat I've seen, depending on what kind of lane partner he has right now. So bans, Cassiopeia, the Ari, maybe a little bit, pick away from, you can't really engage on us too much from there, and the Olaf and the Way being picked up. But Trundle here being looked at, and how do you feel about the Trundle Shen matchup here for the top side?
I think the Trundle makes a lot of sense into the Shen. It's can be really difficult for Trundle to win out in the 1v1 against Shen, because Shen does have the auto attack negation with the W there, which I always forget the name of. But Spirit's Refuge. Thank you, production. Yes, the Spirit's Refuge does counter pretty much everything that Trundle does. However, if at any point the Shen leaves lane to, for example, use his ultimate ability, the Trundle can very easily one-shot his tower. So that is, I think, the main idea behind the Trundle pick. It does kind of feel like a little bit of a run back of Tommy Buckets' strategy from game number 1, right? Where you just push in the side lane instead of grouping for the objectives. That strategy was not successful in game 1, but I could see a world where Trundle is better at pushing the side lane than Garen is. I feel like that's a fair thing to say.
Yes. Yep, for sure. Trundle can take towers just as fast as, a stacked up Jax or a Garen, a Nasus, even any of those that are really fed that can really take them quite easily. Plus, stealing of the stats, you can grab Leona, you can grab Graves, you can grab Shen's, kind of stat check them for the tank with the ult, and then kind of really just dive in. I do want to touch quickly on this mid lane, the Vex Yone matchup. Vex, another great disengaged champion, with that fear coming out, the ultimate being to kind of universal, a pretty long range, followed up by the Shen. So I'm really liking, this help comp here the final boss has drafted to make sure that Jinx is on a good path to, towards that mid to late game.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think that there are some elements of the composition here that are going to play really nicely with the Jinx. But I don't know if I necessarily love the composition as a whole. It doesn't really feel that cohesive to me, Gitano. I mean, the Vex obviously wants to dive in, right? That's her thing with the ultimate. She dives forward. Shen can follow up on that really nicely with his ultimate. And, Leona, of course, can dive forward as well. That all makes sense. But Jinx isn't really the AD carry that you want in that composition, right? You really, when you have Jinx in your draft, you want to play for Jinx. And Leona can do a really good job of peeling as well. The Shen can save his ultimate for Jinx and make sure she stays safe. But if they're playing that way, then what is the Vex doing, right? So it just feels like, some of these tools, they're going to have to commit with them one way or the other, right? Either Final Boss Alpha is going in, or they're kiting back and peeling for Jinx. And whichever choice they make, like one champion just feels like a little bit of out of place. And Graves is there too. What
Yeah.
are your thoughts?
If the Graves was substitute for something else, I'd maybe, have a lot better inkling towards them. But I'm also looking on the other side here of Dynasty. This Wombo combo could be really devastating. You got the Rel, the J4, the Ziggs combo that's already giant AoE all together with a Yone on top of it, kind of slicing through everyone. Meanwhile, Trundle, if you get ahead early, it's a slate pushing machine, and there's not really too much to stop them. I don't see any world where Shen can 1v1 the Trundle successfully, kind of melt through him, make sure he's pushing out well. The Vex, I don't think it's going to have the sustained burst damage, after the 2 or 3 items that Trundle's going to get. And then depending on the Grave and Jinx, if they have a big enough lead, great. But I don't know who's going to answer Trundle with this giant split push.
Yeah, that is going to be a key question that I think Final Boss most likely will need to find an answer to. The other really big thing I think we need to touch on with this draft is the fact that Dynasty Star Weavers got Yone, who I think we all know my feelings about Yone at this point.
You love him. You love playing against him. It's balanced.
Oh, yeah,
it's
my favorite thing, actually, in the whole world. But regardless of my feelings about Yone, he is very strong right now in the current meta, and that is the other main thing that Final Boss Alpha are going to have to find an answer for. So what do you think about this Vex pick as the answer into Yone? Vex obviously coming through on the R5 here for the side of Final Boss. What do you think about that matchup specifically?
I think the Vex is going to have a good time against the Yone. Just, her kit is built in. If you come into me, you better come correctly. Otherwise, you're going to be running away and you're going to get feared. You're going to look scared. You're going to snap back to right where you were with just a little less health here. So I think in the midst of mid lane, Vex should have a good time here against the Yone.
Okay. That would make me happy if Vex has a good time against the Yone. So hopefully, we are going to see something like that come through. And, Aqua did have a pretty rough laning phase last game, honestly, on the Orianna. Had that one really good play in the 1v1 early on where he was able to pop the passive of Anivia, but Doctor eventually came online on that Anivia and really kind of ran the map for Final Boss. So we'll see if Aqua is able to have a better performance this time around. We are going to get another prediction from you in just a moment, Gaetano. The Cats obviously going red side once again for this one, so I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. But first, we need to give a quick word over to our new sponsor, ProComps. Quick shout out to them. They are a game changer app for the league community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach. Perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app that you use. With ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and ban recommendations. Stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds. You can share with friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysis can even create personalized tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users. ProComps is user-friendly. It's totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Give it a try. See if it's going to be useful for you. Download now. You'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio, guys. I assume that link in the bio is going to be there. But yes, big shout out to ProComps, the new sponsor. If you want to draft, create these interesting drafts like our teams did on the stream right here, check out ProComps. They have a lot of useful information for you. All that being said, Gaetano, your prediction, please.
Pro Draft. I think that's the clear answer. And I'll probably actually download it after we're done with the series here. It sounds like a great tool. So they hooked me in it already.
Okay.
I'm gonna side with the Cats here on this one. I'm gonna go red side. I'm gonna go 2-0. And if we're wrong, there's no harm, no foul, because I'm gonna beat them on game 3 here. They're gonna switch back, and then the Cats are gonna have to, sleep outside or something like that for not being correct. So I could clearly never do that, but I'll talk a big game until it comes, and then they'll just be like, "Hey, I'm gonna need muffins, right on your chest as you're trying to sleep and scratch you, and you're not gonna do anything about it because Cats."
It makes sense. It also does make sense that the Cats would go for the red side here in this game because they're playing on the red side, right? So
Exactly.
of course they're going to predict themselves to win. It just makes sense, and it would make sense that for you to predict them as well, as you're all
Yes.
too familiar with the power of said cats. All that being said, guys, it is now time for us to journey into another short break, on the other side of which we will have the second and possibly last game of the night. See you there. Okay, everybody, welcome back onto the Rift for game number 2 between Dynasty Starweavers, who are now on the blue side, and Final Boss Alpha, looking for the 2-0 from the red. My co-caster and the Cats are aligned and predicting Jinx and Leona to run away with this one and pick up that aforementioned 2-0. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it.
I'm just envisioning right now the scene from The Water Boy while you're the caster. You're looking at me like, are they really going to win? And I just have that certainty nod like, give it time. It's going to happen.
I could see it as well. Yeah, it's a great reference. Really,
It's what every guy wants. Just the nice ride or die girl there. Literally ride or die.
It's perfect. Man, that's weird how nicely that movie lines up with our current match. Anyways,
Fate. It's fate.
It is. It is.
And
They were
Aqua in the
pretty
mid
quiet,
lane even. Oh my god,
Oh my god, it just gets better. Well, holy crap.
it just
Oh man. Now, Aqua in the mid lane is just going to be casually waiting for the minion wave to come in here. It is fleet footwork on the Yone. I'm pretty sure some Yones have migrated back to the lethal tempo at this point. But Aqua does not seem to be one of those Yones, or at least in this case, feeling like the fleet footwork is going to be necessary to sustain through the laning phase, perhaps.
Yeah, those were my thoughts exactly. Spot on as well. Sustain, sustain, sustain through this Vex, which is doing a great job already, chunking him down quite a bit.
We do have lethal tempo for Mr. Buckets up here towards the top side. So we'll see if the Trundle's going to be able to get some value out of that one. You know, like I mentioned before, it can be difficult. Oh my goodness, it's a level 2 Graves ganking mid lane. And Aqua, I don't think, was very ready for it. But should be okay. Oh, the Fear is going to connect there. The Mistral Bull does have to be flashed away from. And Aqua will survive. The flash forward there for Jordan, I respect it. But Zeta, that's why Graves is good into Jarvan. You have that mobility. Zeta's just able to dash away from that one, and that's 2 summoners down for the mid jungle of Dynasty. Nothing really gotten for it.
And they do ping out the Graves as well here, going towards the bot side here of Dynasty, trying to pick up that that red buff, but has to venture away here. We got 4 to 12 in the jungle difference. So Jordan, a little happy.
Hey.
Yes, wasn't able to counter, but you know, now looking towards the mid lane. Shroud's pushed up here.
Shrouds does still have flash. Got Aqua down so low there. The EQ is not quite going to connect. Dr. Shrouds, will he still have to burn the flash? It's Conqueror for J4, but Jordan's not able to continue the chase underneath the turret. Another Fear comes out from Shrouds. Pushes away the J4. That Lance going to be sidestepped. Aqua cleaning up the wave underneath the turret. Ooh, goes for the Soul Unbound there. Dr. Shroud's low on mana. I don't think he has enough here to fully take down the Yone. It's just going to cut through the shield, and Dr. Shrouds has overstayed. Now will be forced to burn the flash to get away, but now it's Zeta flashing forward, looking for that little bit more damage that's going to be needed. Jordan pops the shield, but it's not timed with the Graves auto attack. Does get the flag and drag back off cooldown. Jordan still on the run, making his way back out towards this top side. It looks like Jarvan will be able to get away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Dr. Shroud's still hanging around, looking like the Vex wants to push in another wave before going for the reset, but Aqua with the fleet footwork has healed up a little bit on the Yone and now has the health advantage. Darkwing Duck on the roam from the bot lane. Rel taking up a position in the bottom side line brush. Not seeing an angle here right now, but this is really tense. I mean, both of these mid laners are down flash right now. A well-timed gank from anybody could be a big swing in that matchup right now.
Yeah, they're just hoping and praying. There's no repeats here, but Graves just kind of venturing through just in case something does happen here. Jungle's both taking kind of the awkward path and not full clearing, being able to look for that early aggression. We expected that out of J4 quite a bit throughout this season and haven't really seen it. But here we're seeing it kind of pay dividends. We're blowing the flashes, we're getting aggressive, you know, and you're setting yourself up for a little bit of that future repeat ganks here.
Absolutely. I'm so happy to see a Jarvan try to be proactive early on. Honestly, he wasn't really successful with the early proactivity, but he tried, and that means so much to me, honestly.
Yeah, just the effort put in, it just sends a signal to mid that says, hey, if you push forward, you know, you're gonna get collapsed on, so respect where the lane is. But Graves here being ultra aggressive, and I like it. Not kind of punching down here.
Straight onto the objective for Zeta. And Jarvan is none the wiser. We do see a ping coming out here towards the Grub spawn. So that is going to be the call for Dynasty. They want to play for that first round of Grubs, and I think it makes sense. They've got Trundle in the top lane, right? So trying to get that might buff for the Trundle, I think is a great strategy for this game. They are going to give over this first dragon. It's just an ocean dragon. You know, it's going to feel pretty good for Moldy up there on the Shen. You get that little bit of extra HP regen in the solo lane, but I think this is a good strategy for the side of Dynasty. I love that roam up from Duck as well.
I 100% agree with you. You know, first dragon, even second dragon, if you get all 6 Void Grubs, and that Trundle is ahead like he is now, that's going to spell disaster later for them. It's a very small portion that you're sacrificing, very large gain. So I like to see the thoughts come out on this here.
Nice little trade there for Shrouds in the mid lane. And that Electrocute proc off onto Aqua. 2 games in a row for Shrouds with the Electrocute rune. Getting some good value out of that one for sure tonight. A little bit of an invade coming out now from Jordan and the Duck post-grub take. We'll be able to take away these Raptors as well. Is that going to find them? Oh, the Q on cooldown there for Jordan. Not able to get the knock up onto the Graves.
Yeah, good job.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, it's a good job by the Roam here on the rail, moving up, making sure that Jordan can get aggressive and kind of steal out these buffs. You know, luckily, blue buff here for Graves. If that didn't spawn right now, he'd be kind of sitting there, you know, wondering, do I counter invade? Are they going to come back in time? Kind of wondering what to do here. And a little bit of gap here coming in from the jungle. You know, Graves still not backing down, though, and I do like that. You know, I may be down, but I'm here and I'm ready to fight.
Yeah, I mean, definitely in this matchup, you would expect the Graves to be ahead, right? He's generally speaking a faster, clearer than the J4, but with the shenanigans in the early game, Jordan has been able to maintain a little bit of a lead in that department, at least for now. Zeta, of course, going to be able to get his own steal on the Grubs. Graves able to take that one away, try and close that differential a little bit.
See, bot lane hasn't really had a lot of action here yet. Jinx being able to scale as well as the Ziggs, both supports leaving lane, roaming around. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if that is, you know, going to keep up here for the next, you know, 7-8 minutes as well until something majorly happens.
Shadow Surge going to connect there. Aqua is going to go for the Fate Seal to get back underneath the turret to prevent, to not give Shrouds that angle to go for the all-in. There's a trade of ultimates there between the mid laners.
Yeah, I think it's going to be favoring the Vex here as well. TP ready for Yon. We'll see if he ends up using it or just running back. The lane right now is in a really good state here for Vex, so I can't imagine he's going to be using it.
Aqua also having the TP. Not going to be going for that either. As the Vex actually will, yeah. As the wave was coming in towards Vex, and with Aqua not using the TP, I agree with you. I feel like Shrouds should have been probably fine to walk back to lane there, but Dr. Shroud's just wanting to make absolutely sure he doesn't miss any of that CS. On the top lane, Maldi didn't go for the taunt. Sets up for Zeta to come in here on the Graves. Are they going to be able to chase down Tommy, though? Absolutely not. He just pops the Ghost in the ultimate and walks away.
Yeah, I'm liking the Ghost pickup, too, here on Tommy. Just doing a great job having the team at being able to split push a lot heavier on this. But Shen doing a good job of still keeping in the realm. Every time we see that, you know, CS gap, it's going to get closed because a lot of those minions are coming under tower. Great job of prepping the wave, making sure he's not going to miss anything. So these margins are tightening up, you know, here and there for them. And the gold lead, too, I'm looking at this. 200 is not a lot.
So close, actually. Wow.
Yeah, under 50 health here for the Jinx. Ended up picking up the call as well here. Little under half of it already used.
Yeah. So just stacking that up. Limbless Freak trying to scale towards that those first couple of items, as you do on the Jinx, right? Yeah, this early game is a pretty slow starter for us once again. I think it's similar to what we saw in game number 1, is that the teams were a bit hesitant to go for any really aggressive early moves. But once that advantage finally fell towards Final Boss Alpha, they snowballed the game very effectively. Another nice trade from Shrouds.
Yeah, Shrouds having the ult, being ready to kind of jump over. And it looks like they submitted a lot of people here towards that top side to get those next set of grubs. And they're going to be trading that. So with 6 here, they have to be careful. And Yone as well, being a great split pusher in his own rights after that couple of items here. So we could definitely see a 1-3-1. You know, a real J4 Ziggs can really do a mass amount of damage while the side lanes start pushing. And this really plays in the part of your macro. Where are you going to send your people and, you know, your resources afterwards here? Dragon coming up a couple of seconds away here. Zeta doing a great job of stealing out the red buff. And they've kind of positioned a little bit here where they might end up taking the fight. We see J4 coming down, Yone, you know, looking to come over too, so.
Tommy no teleport, though. And the fact that we have Shen in the game means it would be a 5v4 in favor of Final Boss if the side of Dynasty do opt in for the fight. Of course, Trundle would be happy to hit that turret with the 6 grub buffs if that does come to pass. We'll see what the call is going to be for each team. Graves, I think, is just going to immediately start up the objective down here. Yep, Zeta's already on it. So the waves are pretty neutral right now, though. Everybody could move over here if they would like to. Slimless Freak and Spicy Tuna Fish are the first to arrive to reinforce their jungler. They got it down to about 50% right now. Jordan in the area. Jarvan could move in here to go for the 50-50 on the objective. It looks like that is what's going to come through. Graves does get the snipe, but the Cataclysm is beautiful. Onto 2, the Mega Inferno Bomb for the follow-up. Gets great damage out onto Limbless Freak, but the Jinx stays safe for now. The 2 Mega Death Rocket ult to the face as Jarvan goes down, and now the Jinx is excited. Limbless Freak kiting forward, looking to take down all these members. It is going to be 2 kills over to the Jinx, and they did not need their Shen, so Moldy still able to hang out up here and defend the turret.
Yeah.
Ooh, good information there, production.
Yeah. Shen looking for the altar, standing nine, not happening here, trying to pillar, just being able to displace him just enough to cancel it here. So,
Yeah.
and maybe that is
Interesting.
even the better play of it happening. You grab
Honestly,
the Shen,
yeah.
shield, you stay in lane, you still have TP, and you're not giving this Trundle any more of the lead. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, 2 kills here picked up for the Jinx. That, late game threat coming online, a lot sooner than maybe you anticipated because of that.
That's so real, actually. I feel like Tommy should have just let the channel go through
Yeah.
and hit the turret. But no, I mean, he's playing for the team, right? He wants to try and make sure that they had a chance in the fight, but it didn't really end up working out in their favor. I mean, it looked like a great engage initially from the Jarvan to set up for the Ziggs ultimate, but it wasn't quite enough damage to finish anybody off. And the kite back was really nice from Final Boss. They're able to win out, get those first 2 kills as well as the objective.
Yeah, Vexel 2 was used mid, not able to, to be used to that fight, but a great job of, as you just said, everyone peeling back for the Jinx, making sure that it can play front to back, nothing too crazy. And these team fights around Dragons are really making the difference here for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. That is what brought them so much success in Game 1. They're playing for it again as the Solar Flare comes out. They've stunned up the Ziggs. Dolan going out so low. The ultimate, though, they are going to be able to trade it back. It's actually Leona that gets the last hit on the Ziggs, and now Spicy Tuna Fish is going to have to be sacrificed here as well. There's no way that the Leona gets out of this one. The flip back from the Rel, and this kill is going to be given over to Jordan's J4. So a 2-for-1 play. That is going to be the side of Dynasty winning out in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Zeta onto the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Jordan doing a good job of roaming down there, picking his time and his position there, being able to counter with the Rel and really sticking in with it here. So I imagine they'll be roaming here towards the mid, maybe trying to pick out Vex if he's going to be pushing up as well here. But Rift being started here. Zeta trying to do that with
Jordan's
none
not
the
around.
wiser. Oh, they are going to
So-
spot it, though.
Yeah,
won't
but
be
there's
in
nothing Trundle can do about this going over. So it is just going to be the objective secure for Zeta. We're able to deny the Rift Herald with the 6 grub buff. The potential trade-off here, it could be a dive onto Limbless Freak. Excuse me, sorry. As Leona is moving over to try to defend. Darkwing Dush waiting in the tri-brush, able to get that stun. The turret is destroyed, though, and no flash on the Jinx. Limbless Freak has nowhere to go. Just gets dogpiled in the Cataclysm. Even a teleport coming out there from Aqua for good measure. They are able to get the first brick as well as a kill onto the Jinx for the side of Dynasty.
Yeah, good job by setting that up. Great patience, and Ziggs knowing that he can kind of destroy the tower a lot faster than most bot laners there.
Ooh, Aqua not able to get over the
Ooh.
wall here with the Fate Seal. The Shadow Surge is going to get flashed away from Yone. Does have to commit the Summoner Spell. Meanwhile, bot lane, another turret for the Ziggs.
Yeah, that is going to be huge. 2 towers early there, and a lot of pressure being given away. You give your Jinx a little bit more free farm and a little time there, but also I'm really worried, with the split push. We're seeing those 6, Void Grubs really coming to action as 2 turrets taken back to back, a little after 15 minutes. That's very scary.
Yeah, I mean, the Ziggs gold now is about 1,400 in the advantage. The Magnet Storm's not going to connect on anybody. This fight in the mid lane, Spicy Tuna Fish gets satcheled away from the action. EQ is not going to connect either onto Zeta, but the flash forward for Duck. Finally, they will get the lockdown onto the Grave. Zeta goes down. Shen Ultimate now committed a little bit late in this fight. They're going to use it onto the Leona, and it's going to get canceled once again by Buckets. But hey, it doesn't
just let it through.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if Shen is here, apparently. Power of the Void Mites.
Dragon coming up here in 20 seconds. We see Zeta not up for that. J4 just backing. We'll see if there is the fight here. Hextech's gates are available too. Try to get into that objective just a little quicker. No Shen ult, no
Turret's
Shen
dead
TP,
here.
but Kami being able to join if needed after this turret goes down.
Wow. Oh, so many structures. It's 3 turrets to none right now in favor of Dynasty. And they're going to be able to get their first dragon as well. It's Hextech Soul as well, Gitano. So if we start stacking up some Hextech dragons
Ooh.
here, I mean, that's really threatening.
Dangerous. Very, very dangerous here with the split pushers. Being able to clear waves even faster. Being able to poke you out with it. Being able to kind of zoom around the map. If you are caught out, you just take a gate to safety. Hopefully they're scared and they don't have any vision on the other side of it. Maybe second guessing the chase here. So it'll be interesting to see if they end up giving the next one to maybe trade an objective, see where there's a fight. But I do like, hey, we're not in position, for final bosses here. Let's just hold up, start to farm, scale up a little bit more. We don't need to do anything too crazy to try to drag us back into this game. And a little over, 2.5k here for the goal difference.
Yeah, and a lot of it is on the Ziggs. Look at that already. 2 items completed for Dolan. Ludens plus Horizon Focus. I mean, those ultimates are doing quite a bit of damage already from the Ziggs. He's almost level 11. Once he gets the second rank in that ultimate, there it is right there. Ziggs just ticking over to level 11. So that is absolutely massive. The Trundle build as well is very fun. Look at that damage.
Ooh.
That's half of Jinx's HP bar just from Ziggs ult by itself.
Yeah, you don't want to be caught up in a J4 ult on top of that, because that'll be a good night moon very quickly for her.
Absolutely.
Quick back to base and can look at some appetizers for food wise, but Jinx now getting taken down in a third. Rel looking for the engage here.
Yeah, that is going to be Leona going in. Gets satchel though underneath the turret, and in comes J4 for the counter engage. The Shadow Surge gets Shrouds into the thick of things. They take down the J4, and now Jinx is excited. Limbless Freak looking to kite forward, takes down Duck as well. Dolan flashing away underneath the turret. Shrouds one more turret shot. There's not quite enough, but one more bomb from the Ziggs certainly will be. It's going to be the Herald now. Will take down the tier 1 turret in mid. Dolan at least able to get one back there, but that was a positive fight for the side of Final Boss. They get the charge into tier 2 there as well.
Yeah, good job, Shelly there. Really carrying the team, I'd say. A little bit of a one and done action, but it's still good to see here. Jinx doing a great job of game positioning. Leona getting aggressive here. The rest of the team is ready to follow up and grabbing a couple of more kills here. So Collector completed here by the Jinx. Has another serrated Dirk as well. So we'll see what she opts into for that final item here. But that Ziggs 3, 1, and 2. It is just damage on damage on damage. Ooh, but Yone here.
Hey, Limbless Freak can be forced to expend the summoner there, but Spicy Tuna Fish over the wall connects the stun onto Aqua. Flame Chomper follow-up not quite lined up correctly, but still the CC from the Leona probably going to be enough as Aqua has no ultimate, doesn't quite have the flashback up either, tries to unbind the soul, go for some damage onto Limbless Freak, but the Jinx is strong enough to finish him off. Number 4 now for the Freak. But a lot of members committed towards the bottom lane means that this is another turret going over for Dynasty.
I think that took all of about 5 seconds of them crashing on it before it was completely done, which is very scary in its own right, knowing that if you have a full death timer of 40 seconds, you could, potentially kiss 3 turrets goodbye in that amount of time, which I do not want to be playing against that.
If only you could Shen ult turrets.
Right. Well, Janna kind of has that,
That's
ability.
True.
So
unfortunately, Janna not in this game. Would be great.
Maybe some cosplaying. Maybe Leona, takes down her shield and reveals a staff, a water staff, and then it's one of those you would the spell book changing where you could switch between teleport, ignite, and all that, but it's champions. You could switch champions in the middle of a game. Oh, that would just be maddening.
Oh, true. Yeah, that is actually already in the game, Gitano. His name is Viego.
I mean, people that are not chosen in the game. You could just randomly swap and be like, all right, I really need the Karthus ult, and just...
Kind of Nico as well, a little bit
yeah.
Fits into this conversation, but...
What if it was a gamble? What if your ult is a gamble between anyone in the game that you could pick? I think I have to make this call into Riot and be like, hey, can we?
There's something here. We're cooking something up. I'm not really sure what it is, but that's kind of our thing is the food references, right? And I definitely feel like we're cooking something up right here. But we're gonna have to get back to it because we do have a dragon spawning in about 15 seconds. So that is gonna be pretty big as far as implications for the rest of this game are concerned. Tommy's still putting on the pressure up here towards the top lane. Does have the teleport available this time around. Unlikely he's going to use it, though. Just wants to hit this turret as much as physically possible. Aqua, a little bit separated from the rest of the team here. Tagged by the smoke screen. Zeta moving forward. Looking to try and get some damage down onto the Yone. Not really able to get too much done. Objective started by Dynasty. The Ziggs poke is going to be so threatening here. The longer final boss are just hanging around, watching this objective take, the more damage they are going to take from the Ziggs. That bomb going to miss. Dragging down to about 50%. They have to pull the trigger. Spicy Tuna Fish goes in. The Fate Seal, though, is massive. The Shen Ultimate comes out. Is it going to be enough to keep Limbless Freak alive? The Jinx is going to go down. And with her, most likely the team fight. It's a huge ultimate from the Vex, though, as Dr. Shrouds resets to the other side of the team fight. And Dr. Shrouds, after a massive game number 1, is looking to clean up the fight in game number 2 as well. The Vex picks up the triple kill. Hextech soul points secured for final boss.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Tommy here just pushing down the tower. Triple kill by Vex. Great job. Hoping to deter a little bit here, but Tommy just taking everything he wants. 300 gold bounty, completing the Ravenous Hydra, having the Sheen as well, just to secure this a little bit and farm 229, almost 100 up here on his mid lane. Oof.
Yeah. I mean, they're able to keep that. No jungler here. Finally, Zeta makes it over and is going to be able to secure the dragon.
Ooh, pause.
Pause situation here. Yeah.
Yep, there we go. We're back.
Just a brief one there. We might have the post-pause could be incoming. Not entirely sure if we're going to deal with that. But... okay, perfect. Oh, yeah, we buffered out the actual pause. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, we are able to smite away that Scuttle Crab, the side of final boss. So good looks there. And yeah, the fact that they were able to keep that inhibitor turret alive for final boss, I think is actually pretty massive. You don't have that hole in your base just yet, and you're going to have so much pressure when that next dragon spawns for that possible win condition. You have Aqua off in the bot lane right now, doing some split pushing. Nobody answering the Yone at the moment. Somebody does need to go back to base and deal with this in the immediate future. Somebody please go back to base and deal with the split pushing Yone. They're not going back to base, Kitano.
Oh, I mean, do we have to all chat at this point? Can we get a hold of someone? They're going to be losing much more than what they want.
Is gone. No, maybe not quite. Aqua gets it down to about half, and then Maldi will arrive to clear out the minion wave. So close call there. They do still manage to keep the base intact, though.
Yeah, I think maybe a little miscommunication. They did see the Trundle TP topside where we did have Vex and another, looking around possibly for a dive, but at the last moment kind of scooting away, and that could have been, time spent more topside, making sure that Yone didn't grab, almost a full tower here. And now you have to worry about the 1-3-1 Trundle going here towards the topside. Rel can kind of really push up and grab that vision for them, really secure, making sure that they play with this push-pull comp, as well as they can. But Trundle here, maybe overextending. We see 3 members here.
Collapse coming through. Shadow Surge is going to miss. And Tommy's pretty strong, level 15, 2 items on the Trundle, including Eternity Force, but they're just dogpiling on top of him, and the Subjugate is not going to keep him alive. Jinx is also pretty strong. Lethality Jinx this game for the Freak. Meanwhile, Zeta moving into the mid lane, looking to push Dolan off this turret.
Ooh.
We'll be able to keep that one alive for now. Satchel not really creating the distance for Dolan. Jordan moves in, though, threatens the Cataclysm, pushes Zeta back. Just going to be that one pick for final boss. They pick off the Trundle on the side. And that's the risk of these 1-3-1 compositions, right, Gitano? If you're not coordinated with the rest of the team, you can just kind of end up giving over these free kills. Speaking of which, Aqua goes for the face seal. It's denied by the taunt. Beautiful work there from Maldi. Keeps the Yone in place. And that is going to be Graves with his first kill of the game, actually.
Maldi just making a great heads-up play, making sure we stop Yon in his tracks. And as you just mentioned again about the split pushing, this is where you need to have communication with your team. Do we have the resources? Do we have the pressure? Is, wards popped up? Are we taking something cross map? And just maybe a lack of communication really puts a damper on what, was building this lead here after taking tower plates, crashing on inhib turrets and, forcefully punching through. But now we have a minute 30 for the Hextech Dragon. This could be soul point here for them, or they're going to cross map and maybe take Baron on the opposite side.
Ooh, could be an angle. Yeah, you just have to be really aware of your side lanes, right? You have to be really careful that you're not getting over too much when you go for this objective. If they can secure the Hextech Soul, and the side of Dynasty don't get anything in return, that should probably just be lights out. I mean, I guess there's still the split push win conditions for Dynasty, but they're not going to be able to win out in the fights anymore.
Kind of holding their breath here, waiting to see who pops out first here. Shen will find the Trundle. I don't think anything crazy will come of it here. J4 is coming over, though, as well as Sorel, and they might have him.
Last Cataclysm committed here onto Maldi. The taunt must be on cooldown. The flash was just barely seconds away from coming back up as well. They pick off Shen now in the side lane. Aqua's going to be able to Fate Sealed away, keep himself alive. 5v4 on the map. The pings are onto the inhibitor turret for Dynasty. They want to take some of the base right here. Limbless Freak is in position to try to defend. Has to be so careful, though. The Jinx can't get engaged on right here. The turret's just going to get exploded by the Ziggs. But the side of Dynasty, they're not going to stick around for the inhibitor. They back away. They're looking to set up for the Dragon. It's 20 seconds away now. Respawn for Maldi. 20 seconds as well. Ult and teleport and flash are now available for the Shen. The rest of the team, though, can't get caught out before their top laner respawns. Zeta potentially in danger here. Is going to be able to get over to the blast cone, creates the space. They're engaging. They're looking for the fight. Still 10 seconds on the Shen. Spicy Tuna Fish still moving forward. Gets blast coned in. The Leona, is she taking enough to survive the Ziggs damage? Gets Zeta chunked down so low. The Infernal Bomb as well chunks out Limbless Freak and the health bars. They just aren't there anymore for the side of Final Boss. It's the Shen ultimate. It does come through. It's a massive engage from Duck. The Ziggs ultimate, though, it has already been used. Spicy Tuna Fish, though, going to get taken down. Dr. Shroud so ridiculously low on the Vex, is not going to be able to get away from this. Tommy Buckets gets feared away for now, but they're just going to be able to run down Shrouds. They take down the mid laner. He goes golden just to buy one more moment. The shutdown goes over to Yone. Very close now on the scoreboard, 11-13, and the Hextech Soul will be denied.
I'm not sure how I feel about the prelude to that fight there. Graves going mid, not backing with the team, and then tries to pinch towards the other side, gets caught out with the vision, and the team kind of dogpiles from there, really allowing kind of a chaos storm of that, position. We see people on opposite sides of the wall there, and then a great job by Rel finding three in the back line, not finding kills, but really disrupting the entirety of that fight and really allowing them to keep pushing forward and going and going. So, didn't take the inhib forward, did take a dragon. Overall, it could have been worse, but silver linings.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could have been worse for Final Boss there. I mean, I think production even mentioned as well, there was probably an end angle there for Dynasty if they had played that out a little bit more aggressively in the aftermath. I think they had a wave in bot that they could play with. But that would have been a very risky call, right? So they are just going to deny the Hextech Soul for now. They're going to continue trying to play for these side lanes. They bought themselves 5 more minutes, right? Which could be all the difference that they need in this game. Maldi is just going to get pushed back. It's tough to 1v1 the Trundle this late in the game. Shen's going to be forced to flash away here, actually. Another pillar comes down. Maldi really starting to suffer in this 1v1 as Tommy's just not letting him go. Trundle continuing to chase, gets Shen chunked down very low. Baron start on the other side of the map. As Jarvan is moving over, they're going to have the jungler go for the 4-man attempt on the Baron. Zed is also in the area, doesn't have flash, but can still get over the wall on the Graves. Have Scryer's Bloom as well for some vision for the side of Final Boss. And Shroud's level 16 now on the Vex is very threatening. Dynasty are going to back away for now. They have their Trundle doing work in the side lane. And now it's going to be Final Boss who feel pressure to go for the engage. They burst down the Jarvan right at the start of this one. But the Fate Sealed, it's massive onto 3. Is Aqua going to be able to do it all by himself? He takes down the Vex, but does fall in the process. 1 for 1. Meanwhile, Trundle has abandoned the split push and is now taking up residence actually in the mid lane. He's just pushing a different lane. Never mind. He's going to call it off. It is a 2 for 1 in favor of Final Boss. And they're hanging on, but the walls are starting to close in, it feels like.
Yeah, the split pushing with the 6 Void Grubs is just killing them every time. You have to have an answer here for the Trundle before he gets too far pushed up, and they're not able to commit any resources over there. They did stall at the Baron, but now you put yourself in a little bit of a worse position here as those supers are going to be taking up hosts in the bot lane, going to run that down and put even more pressure on you to respond rather than just sending, okay, maybe one person. It's possibly even two at this point. To really stop the Trundle here. So 2 minutes on the Dragon. We'll see if there's another dance here before the Baron is taken, or if anyone's really going to look at it here. But this Trundle being massive, almost 300 CS here, having the Hull Breaker, the Triforce, and the Ravenous Hydra. There's a lot of damage on that Trundle. Not a lot of, little bit of tank stats on him, but he can always steal those when needed, depending, on that target here. So it's not looking great.
Yeah, Maldi can't really match anymore, as we saw. The Shen has been outscaled in the 1v1. So it's really difficult to play out here. And Yone, as we can see as well, as he was behind early, but Aqua's now gotten to a point where he's a big problem as well for the side of Final Boss to try and deal with.
Yeah, great Fate, the Fate Seal, as well as the Zigzal just coming down on top, really chucking out everyone at that moment here. So I think they just either take the fight super early, before it starts, so then they have the ability to rotate and really help out the Shen, or you need to be aggressive and take something. We saw 2 members fall. You had 4 people up. That could have been a forced Baron effort at that moment there, but I think they're looking for this Trundle, knowing that he's going to split push up, give the Dragon that's only number 3, and maybe look for a Baron afterwards.
They're looking for him. Shadow Surge connects. Surely they're going to go for this play. Shrouds gets in there, connects the Fear. Solar Flare only gets the slow, though. Buckets goes for the Subjugate onto Leona. There's a lot of extra resistances for the Trundle. He's trying to cut somebody down. Dr. Shrouds is the focus. I think that's good target selection, but it's not quite enough. The damage is there from Final Boss. They take down the Split Pusher, and Maldi gets through the Hex Gate towards safety. The Shen should be able to go for the recall here. Get back to base. Limbless Freak solo defending in mid for now. The rest of the team is going to be able to get back to base to reinforce. Should be in time to defend this inhibitor turret, I think. It's going to get chunked down at the very least. The Satchel is already used there for the displacement onto Tuna Fish. And mid lane stands for now. Final Boss, they have a 5v4 on the map with the Dragon spawning. It's 25 seconds on Buckets. He does have the teleport. Shen has to defend the Nexus turrets right now against the super minions. Buckets could just teleport to that bot wave if Final Boss leave it unattended. But they have to play for this Hextech Soul. They have to go for their win condition before they run out of time. The Magnet Storm is absolutely massive, and they burst down the jungler. It's going to be a trade as both junglers fall. Spicy Tuna Fish and Dr. Shrouds, though. It's Limbless Freak has already been taken down as well. The Fate Sealed onto the Vex. They've taken down Shrouds, and with it, that should be the game. Dynasty Star Weavers, they managed to pilot the 1-3-1 composition to a win.
Yeah, pushing it down here. There's nothing really stopping. This Trundle Yone is going to crash through this tower like it is made of butter. A good taunt, but probably not enough to officially stop here. Trundle just bypassing anything, cramping down on the turrets here. And there is nothing stopping this man from ending this game.
There was nothing Maldi could do. Really, really intense back and forth game there. It really felt like Final Boss were trying to do the right things, but they just got to a point in the game where the enemy composition kind of outscaled them, right? The damage from the Ziggs was just way too much in these fights, and the Trundle could not be answered in the side lane. In the end, it was just too much for them to try and deal with.
Yeah, unfortunately, giving away the 6 grubs, maybe even trying to steal away 3 at one point, give away a dragon at, just slowing them down, but Trundle doing such a good job. The stat line of 1-2-2 is not impressive, but when you rewatch that game, the amount of pressure and what he did for that game, that was insane. And the Ziggs damage, 37,000 for the Ziggs, just piling on the damage. Deathcap, Ludens, Leander, he's burning and slicing through everything. so difficult to deal with a 1-3-1.
Yeah. I mean, the turret destruction capabilities with this Dynasty composition is just crazy, right? I mean, they had 3 turrets down already, I think right around the time when plates were falling by like 15 minutes. They'd already taken 3 turrets. And then the later the game went, it was just easier and easier for Tommy to pressure that side lane and get more and more advantages, both for himself and for the team. You know, the rest of the squad, it felt like they got caught out in a couple of moments, but for the most part, particularly that last play around the Baron, I felt like Dynasty did a really great job of just buying time for Buckets to do his work in the side lane. Like, they don't have to take the fight, wait for your opponents to be forced into that engage, right? Make sure, you know, make it so that they don't have a choice, right? They have to go in or they're just going to lose their entire base while they stand off around the objective. So I did feel like they were able to play a pretty difficult style of composition to execute, right? Out very nicely in the end for the side of Dynasty. So great look for them.
Yeah, they really did pull it off. I know there were a couple of moments there where it was like, Trundle was pushed up, Yone was pushed up. There wasn't really anything on the map, but towards the end, they really did a nice job of cracking the inhibitor, getting Trundle the time he needed to really get ahead in that Shen. And unfortunately, no resources were taken over. And I kind of want to see a little bit more here. Dr. Shroud's pick up a triple kill. Zeta doing a good job too of kind of keeping the J4 at bay, but at the end of the day, they were tricking these fights, but not enough objectives on the back end of it, or really forcing the fights, causing the Trundle to either, hey, answer us, otherwise, there's going to be a little bit of reprieve here for the Shen. So, just a really tough game.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Shroud's definitely had a great performance on the Vex. By far the most damage on his team, right, at 28k there. But most damage in the game does go, of course, to Dolan on the Ziggs. Had massive numbers, had a 2-item completion very early on, and just was doing so much work in those fights, chunking out enemy members before they could even really find the engage. So, I mean, it's tough, honestly, though, because Buckets was doing all the work in the side lane. I feel like it's probably between those two for the POG. What are you thinking, Gitano?
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you here. It's a toss-up because Dolan did such a great amount of damage split pushing. We saw him take a tower all on his own after that dive between J4 Ziggs and Rel here, on the Jinx, and then follow that up with a second tower on the opposite side of where Trundle is a feat in itself. But you can't underestimate how much pressure this Trundle put on, as far as the side lane pressure for the Shen, being a nuisance from start to finish. And I'm thinking that their team is glad it's the ultimate bravery style, because if they had to face that Trundle again, I'm sure it would be on the top of that ban list one more time. So I'm gonna have to throw it over to Tommy Buckets here. Just a great comeback in game 2, being that giant monster that no one could really handle at any point, and really just doing the dirty work for his team.
Yeah, Buckets was definitely a menace in this one, and it's interesting as well because both top laners felt like they were sticking to their style, right? I'm sure Buckets is going to find another side lane split push champion to play for our third game here. Maldi was our game 1 POG, but Buckets having a great performance here in this second one. We'll see which top laner comes out victorious in the end, guys. Remember, playoffs on the line, and now only one game left to decide it. We're going to a break. We'll see you on the other side. Don't miss it. All right, everybody, welcome back for our Game 3 Champion Select between Final Boss Alpha and Dynasty Star Weavers. We've been told to watch our tongues. I hope these teams are watching their plays. It all comes down to this, Gitano.
One giant kiddie pool in the center, just two teams duking it out
Everybody's
for
going to
their
get in
place in
there.
it. Yeah,
That's
they're
right.
trying. They're
That's
trying to get into that coveted kiddie pool, but not.
right. Okay, bans coming through here. We do have looking like the same ones that we've been seeing for most of the series. Final Boss, of course, they have stood by the Syndra Mordekaiser. Oh, and then they switched up the Thresh for Melio last game. Both of those champions are still available to possibly be picked. So now it was the Thresh on blue side. Most likely we're going to see that Thresh ban here again. For Dynasty, they did ban away the Shaco Cog and Seraphine, of course. So Cog, the expected third ban for Dynasty. There's Emilio, actually, instead. So we've left the Thresh open.
I'm really hoping to see the Thresh here. If you're gonna have the same bans for all 3 games, they leave it open one time. I'm wanting to see it here, but kind of pull out all the stops at this point. 1-1,
Yeah, I mean,
nothing
you only
left
have
on
one
the
game
table.
left. Yeah, you got to leave it all out here.
Gotta bring it.
What is it going to be? There's many champions that cannot be it because they've been played already in this series, including a lot of really big power picks are off the table. There are things like, the Mordekaiser's been banned all series. That's right. What is still available? Brand is available.
That is a good one.
He can get locked in, I guess. B1
Good
Brand.
flex.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I don't love it.
Hey, it can go jungle, it can go mid, it can go support. Like,
Sure.
you have
yeah.
options.
But he kind of does the same thing in all of those positions,
Yes.
Gitano. And if the enemy team doesn't have very many melee champions that like to clump up together, then that thing is not a very effective thing. So let's see what Dynasty go for here. Lilia is pretty good still. They hit Lilia a little bit with those AP jungler nerfs that we saw. I think that was 2 or 3 patches ago now. But she's still probably one of the best ones, AP junglers, that is. And Jhin going to come through here as well. So we have been seeing a lot of Jhin at Worlds and a little bit here in the BOL as well. What do you think about that Jhin just in general?
I really like Jhin just for the setup. You're going to be, kind of farther back, kind of rooting people up, getting ready for the current call to open up before the fight gets too deep in to kind of deter and make sure people are kind of, getting happy feet to move around here. So see what they end up answering with. I've seen a lot of Ashes picked into the Brown or into the Jhin. Not going to happen this time as already picked, but something to just instantly cancel Jhin as soon as he opens up the current. It's just a hard CC, which Nautilus does a great job of doing that here. The point and click, can get the lunge out, really put a stopper in his tracks. So this Jin's gonna have a tough time moving if Nautilus stays in lane and has his way. And a Tristana, a nice scaling 80 carry, kind of in the background here for the last couple of patches, but really brought to late here with this newest one.
Yeah, I mean, I do think she's really powerful with the Nautilus. It gives you a lot of early threat if we do see them played it in the 2v2, where Tristana historically has mostly been played, right, in the bot lane. So that I do think can be really powerful, especially into a relatively immobile champion like Jhin. Galio for Dynasty. So that is going to give them a little bit of global presence this time around. Last game they were playing against the globals, against the Shen, right? This time around, they're going to be the ones with that kind of tool in the toolkit.
Yeah, we'll see if it is utilized here. We've seen the Wombo combos before, not really coming out in game 1 here, so maybe a little bit of cleanup and fighting. Those urges, do we go in, do we not? Who's our prio target? Shaking them off, for the first game jitters. Game 2, you're coming in super strong off of that here, and some great split pushers off the table. Olaf,
Yeah.
Mundo, I'm expecting more top laners to kind of, come off the table here as, POG is having both top laners. A lot of prio is going to be there. We'll see if the grubs again are going to be something that they take right away, depending on how quick the split pushing is, or if they're going to leave the dragon, start prioritizing that and really pinch soul point here for the team. So a lot of pressure here for these last couple of picks.
Buckets will have the R5, of course, for Dynasty. Last couple of bans going to be the Gnar and the Ornn. Ornn being banned by Final Boss is a bit curious. That doesn't really feel like a Buckets sort of champion. But regardless, he is going to get banned away. Like you said, a lot of top lane focus, especially in that second ban phase. Most likely looking at a support here on the R4 for Dynasty. What are we hoping to see alongside the Jhin here?
I don't think Thresh would be a bad idea. You know, the Hook's gonna
There's Thresh on the brain. It's not support. It is, in fact, the Aatrox for Buckets. So, you know, with a lot of those top lane options being removed, maybe Buckets just feels like this is kind of the last really comfortable champion he has left, and just wants to make sure that it doesn't get taken away from him. Perhaps could be the thought process here, but very surprising to me that you wouldn't save the R5 counter pick for Tommy Buckets, but we'll see.
Hot take: is it Galio support?
It could be Galio support. I'm still surprised about not saving R5 for your top laner. And, you know, if it is... I mean, I guess they're holding the Galio flex, right? Theoretically. So, I mean, you know, maybe that's worthwhile. We'll just have to see how things get rounded out here. Camille is going to be the option for Maldi. So we are potentially changing things up a little bit here, Gaetano. Maldi is going to be the one with the stronger split pusher. You know, as we get towards those later stages of the game, just has more threat onto the turrets than something like an Aatrox. And they're going to get Skarner as well. So that does indicate that it is going to be Brand in the mid lane and Tristana Nautilus bot duo. So I do quite like, I think, this draft for Final Boss Alpha. They're probably using pro comps.
I don't see why they wouldn't be at this point. You know, free, you know, the link's right there, very... you know, user friendly. It's just a clear win all the way through, and it is the mid pick for the Ari here. Galio going towards the bot side in that, so interesting pickup.
Yeah, I mean, so clearly Dynasty did want to get counter pick for mid lane, and you know, Aqua. I think Aqua was playing Yone in the last game, and I'll say this: I felt like. I mean, he did have some good ultimates. So let's throw that out there. Aqua had some really good ultimates in the team fights, but for the most part, I felt like Yone was looking relatively balanced in that last game.
Yeah.
And so we have given him R5 counter pick. Now we have the Ari in the mid lane, but kind of my thought process right now, Gaetano, is the fact that I feel like Galio would have probably been okay into the Brand too. Like, that's not really a bad matchup for Galio, is it?
No, it's not. You're going to be able to sustain. You know, there's going to be quite a bit of poke early just for, you know, that's how Brand is. But when it comes to that team fight, being able to roam down and really help those side lanes, I think you would have more than made up the room for that as well. So it's just one more facet piece. You know, if the Galio does get ahead, but I'm not sure how well it's going to go into the Nautilus Tristana. You know, with the amount of CC lockdown and an early bomb on his head, I think he's going to get poked out before he can really have great utilization. As well as his kit, you know, it tends to push the lane almost with the Jhin. If you want to be in that safe position, it's not going to be there for a while. So you almost have to force push, you know, maybe 2 waves in to really make sure it bounces back to you in time. But, you know, I'm looking at Final Boss Alpha, the amount of CC and Strangle this team has, it's looking scary.
It definitely is. I really do enjoy the composition that Final Boss Alpha put together. I was a bit put off by the B1 Brand. You know, I feel like that's just not really a thing, but hey, you know what? I didn't think B1 Rakan was a thing either, and look at what happened there. So what do I know, really? And I think the way things turned out, there are definitely worse Brand games, right? You're going to be able to get some bounces off the Galio and the Aatrox here. Lilia has a lot of movement speed, but if you time it right, if you time it like as she's going in and you cast the Pyroclasm and like her team is like behind her trying to follow up, you could definitely get some big value there as the Brand. So I think that potentially could look good. And the rest of the composition, like you said, I mean, they have such an incredible amount of engage and CC and burst damage that it really does feel very, very threatening And they have a decent number of targets to look towards here, I think, as well. There's not really like a true tank on the side of Dynasty. Like anybody who's walking in here for Dynasty to check a bush or you know, watch a flank or whatever is definitely susceptible to getting dove on and blown up by this final boss composition.
Yeah, all it's going to take is one bushwhack, one person going out solo, and if you don't have the team to back you up, you absolutely should not be posing in the jungle. But the way that these team fights have been circling around the dragon, you know, it's just, you know, grabbing the position, making sure you're clearing it out, you know, picking your times to go in, but Lilia has to run after you, and I think that's really going to play a giant factor here, where there's no true dive. Like you have the Ari, you know, you have the Galio and kind of jump in, but he has to have someone to go to, you know, or he can, you know, dash forward a little bit. But there's not a lot of dime potential for this backline. I think this brand is really gonna enjoy that too. You know, seeing someone go in, and as you just mentioned, making sure you know that pillar fire just starts bouncing like crazy, and there's nothing really too much to stop the backline.
Yeah, definitely the case. You know, I think that is one thing at least that the Ari brings to this Dynasty composition is it gives you a little bit more of that pick potential, right? It's somebody who can potentially set up for Jhin follow-up to come through, right? If we are getting a little bit of damage down and Jhin can connect the Deadly Flourish, then all of a sudden you've got a fight on your hands. But I think it's going to be tough to execute. I mean, Ari has to put herself into somewhat of a vulnerable position to go for that sort of play, right? And you're playing against Camille, Skarner, Nautilus. That's really scary.
Spirit Rush, yeah, can really catch your opponents offline. You put a charm in front, you know, and that could spell disaster for sure. Jhin could definitely get a run on that, and everyone piles onto one. But you have to really pray and hope that you find the Branded Tristana, you know, without this beefy front line. You know, Tom Brady's going to be protected as much as he can as long as he's got that old line in front of him, and he has kind of all day to throw. So I feel like that's kind of the situation here that, you know, if you find a very small window, you're either going to have to, you know, time it perfectly, or you're not going to be able to touch those two in the back. So, but of course, it's all speculation until we see it on the Rift and, you know, see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm absolutely right. It always does come down to what happens on the Rift, as you say, Gitano. Yeah, you know, one of the last orders of business here for our draft discussion is I feel like we haven't really touched too much on the top lane just yet. We would be remiss if we didn't discuss that lane a little bit more, given how large its impact has been on the match so far. We did have the Aatrox on the R4, and then the Camille, of course, picked into it for Maldi. What do you think about this matchup in isolation? And then, of course, folding in the junglers as well. How do you expect this to play out in the top lane this game?
I think, you know, if the Camille goes Ignite TP is going to have that huge advantage, and being able to kind of go in and out as she pleases with you know, it's kind of like a Yone. There's just so much gap close that can happen in the middle of it here. So, you know, jungle pressure, we saw a lot of early here in game 2, and I expect it to be, you know, hopefully the same here, a little bit more, you know, upbeat in the mid lane, trying to grab those advantages here. So that's the hope of it. Is it going to happen? Maybe not. You know, Graves, Jarvan doing a great job of, you know, playing to their early strengths, but here maybe a little bit more of just a settled jungle might be happening.
Yeah. I mean, the Skarner, I think, has more capabilities of looking for early action than something like Lilia. So that definitely is something I think we need to consider for this top lane matchup. But the most interesting thing about it for me, Gitano, as guys, we do just have a little bit of a delay with the client draft. Some technical client difficulties, you know how it is.
Yeah.
But the most interesting thing for me, Gitano, is the fact that Maldi is going to be playing a different style this game, right? We saw in game 1, it was the Gragas that looked really, really good, that he was playing for the team fights. You know, he was sort of neutralizing in the side lane, teleporting in for the fights, having that huge impact. And then in game 2, of course, it was a very similar story with the Shen, you know, being able to just sort of maintain a stable presence in the side lane, defend those turrets for as long as possible, and teleport into the fights to have that impact with the rest of the team. Camille definitely can have that sort of impact as well. So, you know, he definitely, Maldi could play it out that way, but he feels to me like a champion that sort of demands more individual resources than somebody like Gragas or Shen, right? These champions can purely play to disrupt the enemy team, but Camille kind of needs gold to function in any context, right? If Camille falls behind, if she loses out in the 1v1, that can have a huge negative impact on her ability to play the game. So I think there is going to be a little bit more pressure on Maldi this time around to actually have a strong laning phase up against buckets, up against buckets in this game number 3, which may be difficult.
Yeah, when you play two styles back to back for the game, and now you're switching to an aggressive third one that has that kind of feast or famine feel to it. But Aatrox can also be kind of in that mix as well, where if you get ahead, you get that nice lead and that nice feel. But I also look back to game 1 of Molly being able to TP to the backline and really doing a good job of disrupting everything. And I think this is another point of contention that you have the people looking in to go on your team, but if they leave that Jhin alone for a second and they have that TP, Camille just right on top of Jhin, now causing disruption. Your team splits between front and back, and you're allowing your Tristan and Brand and everyone going up here. So I think that's something to look at here if they're going to repeat in game 3 and bring a victory to their side.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely, I think it's very important that we do draw that comparison between game 1 and the way this draft is shaping up here in game 3, the fact that Maldi is going to have the ability to go for those similar sorts of plays. And, if we find ourselves in a game state where like Brand and or Tristana have gotten like really fed, then maybe there is no burden on Maldi to actually do damage and like be one of those big threats on the backline. Maybe all he needs to do is actually just teleport into the fight and like press R on Jhin or Ahri or whoever's strong on Dynasty and just allow the carries to clean up. I mean, that could absolutely work out for them, in that sort of situation. So it's going to be interesting to see. The top lane is definitely going to be my lane to watch in this one, Gitano. Unless you had any other thoughts about the draft you wanted to touch on, I think we can go ahead and move into your prediction. Your
quickly, it is Brand bottom, Tristan mid.
Ooh, okay.
I thought about that at some point, but yeah, it'll still be interesting here. I think we'll touch on it when we get into the game here, but let's throw it into a quick break. I gotta.
Are we going to touch on your prediction once we get into game?
We're going blue. Cats are sleeping outside. They're going right side. I'm going blue side.
Oh man,
Dr. Shrouds has it. I believe. I believe.
This game doesn't only determine which one of these two teams is going to playoffs. It also determines who is the better predictor between Gitano and Cats. What an incredible storyline, guys. You do not want to miss this one. Stay tuned. All right, folks, BOL fans of all ages, welcome onto the Rift for one more time here in the regular season. This is for all of the marbles for both of these teams. Season on the line right here. One nexus between them and playoffs.
You said all ages, but should some people be in bed by now? In some places it's 11 o'clock, maybe even
I
pushing at
mean,
12.
normally I would, Dredge line in the mid lane. Jordan potentially in trouble. Is going to be able to walk away as only the Skarner and the Nautilus there. Not able to completely threaten the Lilia. But normally I would agree with you, Katano, but I think when it's game 3 in the BOL,
You
Emerald
have to
League
stay up.
regular season, yeah, you got to stay up for this. I mean, obviously. It's
Yeah,
like the
it's like
Super
what are
Bowl.
the kids going to be talking about tomorrow? Oh, so and so threw a touchdown. No, they're going to be talking about what happened at the BOL.
Yeah. That is what we're here to find out, guys. So rest assured, all the kids staying up out there for game number 3, we got you covered, okay? And we're not going to tell mom that you're watching the game on your phone underneath the covers. That's totally fine, totally understandable. She's watching too, absolutely right. And what we're watching is going to be the top lane mostly. That's going to be the most interesting, I think, lane for us to keep track of. But this situation with the brand going bot lane and the Tristana going mid is pretty interesting as well. I'll be honest, Gaetano, I really wanted to see the Tristana bot. I feel like she offers way more threat with the Nautilus, and they could have really pressured this Jhin Galio lane. Brand Nautilus, it's not. It doesn't hit the same, Katano.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of different feel to it and kind of allows Galio to not get as punished as you just said here. So, level 2 looking for the advantage. Jin's going to pair nicely with that. Going to give him a little bit more of a free lane pass, as it were, here. So, I mean, I'm not sure about the kill pressure for the RE Tristana to, the split pushing, or not split, but the wave pushing potential, just with the passive here with the Tristana is always going to be in the realm of, kind of playing aggressive here. So I think Skarner is going to have to maybe poke his head around mid in case Lilia does try to get a few ideas of like, okay, we're in a good spot. Ari can follow up here. Let's see if we can get something done early.
Good trade there from Buckets. And yeah, I think that's you're absolutely right. I think that's the main reason why you would send a Tristana into the mid lane is because she kind of counteracts the main power of Ahri, at least in the laning phase, right? Where Ahri wants to be able to clear the wave and go for these roams. If Tristana is constantly shoving the wave into your tower, it's much more difficult to go for something like that. So that could definitely be the thought process for final boss. We'll see if that ends up being how the game works out. It's just barely short on that dredge line for spicy tuna fish.
Yeah, that dredge line is always just a little bit bigger than you'd hope for. Kind of like the Morgana bind, you think you've dodged it, but lo and behold, you are caught out and warned by Riot for being AFK for too long, for a single bind.
Is that a dredge line in your pocket?
I see what you did there.
Junglers on opposite side clears here. Jordan thinking about making a move towards the said dredge line in the bottom. Not going to go for it, though. Meanwhile, top lane, Zeta is going to find Buckets, pushes him farther away from the turret. Aatrox really have to burn the flash here. Most likely he will, and yes, there it is. Aatrox down the summoner spell, now wave pushing away from Buckets. Bit of a tough spot. Meanwhile, bot lane, Duck going to get set ablaze by the brand. Limping away on about 150 health. Won't be able to stay alive for now. Does not have to burn the summoner. Ooh, Skarner. Zeta thinking about this. Buckets, no flash. Now remember, wave, like I said, pushing away. Here comes Zeta. Buckets pinned into the wall, but Moldy wasn't ready to go for the follow-up. Oh, the mid-top, or the jungle top there, not on the same page. Moldy not ready to follow up when Zeta goes in, and Skarner just ends up wasting a little bit of time there.
Hello, miscommunication, and definitely a kill on the horizon. You have the ignite, you have the follow-up.
Yeah.
I think that should have been a free kill there, but nothing to dwell on here. Just, kind of get it back. You have a little bit of, CS lead. It's in a good spot here. You can still use TP, get the advantage, but Lilia here up top, maybe time to settling the score.
Yeah, just wants to make sure that Buckets can get the wave pushed out, isn't going to get ganked by Skarner a third time. And Jordan is just going to make sure of it. Grubs spawning, about 40 seconds. That is, of course, the objective that the side of Dynasty were able to play for last game to great success.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be, you know, the 6-point grubby, you know, right on spawn every single time. I don't think it really favors one side or the other to having it, as both have great split pushing potential here. But Dragon will be going down here, Ocean for that, so that'll be off the table. Next is the Hex Tech, so we will have something new here for the Soul Point in Game 3.
Indeed. Be very interesting to see. Production call in Mountain Soul. What do you predict for our Soul this game, Katano?
I'm hoping Inferno. Give me all the damage. Let me just raid fire.
Nice, nice. I personally, it's feeling kind of like a Chemtech game to me. Not that I want Chemtech. It's just I feel it coming. You know what I mean?
You want us to maybe hold on?
What do you mean?
Can you feel it, like in the edge of night? You've been kind of waiting for this moment all your life. Hold on.
It took me a second. Yeah, okay. You really had to kind of spell it out for me there, but yeah, I haven't.
There we go. I had to get the drum solo in there.
Of course. I mean, you got to get the drum solo.
I mean, the whole reason for the song.
Oh, is this something? No, Jordan's only level 5 still. Level 5 Lilia is not going to do too much.
Oh, that just looks
They're
dangerous.
hoping to catch Zeta out, I think, in this jungle somewhere. But Skarner is on the other side of the map. We'll see how long they want to hang around. Jordan does have level 6 now on that Lilia. They're going to be able to steal away the red buff here. Oh, some nice counter jungling happening. A jump forward for Shrouds. There's the charm coming out in response for Aqua. Still reset for Shrouds with the Spirit Rush coming through. Aqua, Buster shot away. Already one more charge on the Spirit Rush. Goes for the Open Deception. Almost not quite able to connect the last skill shot. And Shrouds will barely survive.
That was, I think, closer than what Shroud wanted there. Great, use of the ult here, the Spirit Rush by the Ahri, being patient, grabbing the charm right away as soon as, Shroud's landed and being able to follow up on that. So, that was a spicy play. But once again, 8 minutes in, 0 deaths on either side. And, it's like once they unpop that cork, then,
right.
then it starts to overflow.
Absolutely. Kind of like I was going to reference your medical situation that you have right there right now. Kind of a similar concept, right? Where
it doesn't want to go until
nothing's happening until enough about that maybe.
On stream we can just let it happen and just never mind. Mute me now. Take off the camera.
Spectator, take the wheel. Zeta is thinking about going for a play down here in the bottom lane right now. Ooh, there's the flash out from Dolan and some great chip damage as well. This is for sure a dive angle now. Zeta has the Impale, of course, available as well. They can look for it. Lilia is nowhere near. It's a pretty reasonably sized wave. Dolan doesn't have the flash either because of that play. Depth charge coming out onto the Jhin. In goes Zeta. The Impale should come through here onto 2. They do finish off the Brand, but and Limitless Freak just took an extra turret shot there. The Brand is... Oh, the execute comes through, though. Nobody going to get the gold. And in comes Dr. Shrouds over the wall, able to blow up Duck. And it is going to be 2-0 on the scoreboard in favor of Final Boss.
Yeah, the execute coming out, not giving credit over, grabbing the reset here. Brand being able to go back to lane. Still has a little bit of the CS lead here. Void Grubs being taken, I believe, on the other side there from Lilia. So a little bit, not yet. Or is it the second round spawning?
Yeah, we got that next round spawning in about a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, it was overall a pretty nicely executed dive there by the side of Final Boss. Obviously, Limitless Freak probably didn't actually need to die there, but I didn't give over any gold, so all's well that ends well, I suppose. They do get their 2 kills, and now the floodgates have been opened. Went with the Tamer analogy this time.
Ready for more fights here. They're looking for Tristana holding out for the jump.
On the charm. Good try from Aqua. Not able to find it this time, though. Ooh, and Shrouds. A little bit of taunting happening there. Taunting mechanics on point.
The Yordle laugh.
Yeah.
Now if it was just like a new laugh, you know, the new bot of ah. I miss when it was universal. Everyone would hear it.
Those were dark days, honestly, for all non-Nunu players.
All Riot players just cringed at once.
Yeah. Okay, here come that second Kevin spawn. So remember, all 3 secured by the side of Final Boss in that earlier cohort. If they secure even 1, they do get the buff, and the side of Dynasty don't want to let him have it. It's Maldi, and trouble goes for the Hextech Ultimatum onto the Galio. It's a huge impale. Zeta gets 3. Dr. Shrouds tries to jump in there for the follow-up, looking for that first reset. Jordan going down, though. Jordan taken down, but Maldi is going to get finished off on the other side. Oh, never mind. Gets the shield from the passive. Eventually, Aqua will be able to take him down, and Shrouds is too low to continue fighting. So it will be the side of Dynasty. They win out just barely, 2 for 1 in the fight. They lost their jungler, but it looks like they're still going to be able to get these grubs, although it looks like 1 did go over to the side of Zeta and the rest of Final Boss, so they will have that Void Might buff.
What a rough time there. Already doing a good job disrupting the backline. Unfortunately, Tristana not quite online yet to really have that, but a great impale there. You know, charging up 3, picking up the assists, you know, late, you know, mid to late game. That play happens again, and Tristana just cleans the entire fight.
Yeah, Dr. Shroud just doesn't have the attack speed yet. Wasn't able to proc the bomb quick enough to really get that that burst damage that we are, like you said, going to be seeing later in the game. This is going to be another dragon going over. Our Hextech Dragon for this game is going to get secured by Final Boss. They're up 2-0 now. In terms of those neutrals, able to get the 4 grub buff as well. All the neutrals this game almost going the way of Final Boss. Maldi, though, potentially in trouble. Flash of the Q3 buckets with the solo kill. 2-0 now on the Aatrox.
Yeah, great CS lead, knowing that Camille has to kind of come into you, and Maldi not having a great time here. Hopefully someone can kind of come up and stop the bleeding here, but with a very fed Aatrox online, that you know, is cause for trouble here. But Dredgeline,
fish, yeah, Zeta coming in on the Skarner as well, trying to pin Jordan against the wall, and then able to get that CC down. Pyroclasm connecting onto 2, good damage. Dolan moving away, depth charge forward, Limitless Freak flashes forward, connects the Seer. Hero's entrance coming out to try and keep the Jhin alive. Dolan barely surviving for now. Eventually will get taken down by the Freak. Zeta meanwhile finding the impale onto Jordan on the side, but Lilia still healthy enough. Oh, the stun out of the watch out. Eep buys time for Dr. Shrouds to arrive. Tristana jumps over the wall, gets the reset. Aqua though charms the Tristana out from taking down the jungler as well, and now it's Ari who manages to pick up the double kill. Dr. Shroud shorts the jump, manages to get the kill, resets it, jumps away, is burning down to the top. Limitless brings the sidestep on the charm, and the brand takes down the Ari in the 1v1 to close out the fight. It's gonna be a 3 for 2 overall, and it's Final Boss coming out with the better end of it.
that was heartbreaking. Taking the objective, taking the dragon, taking the fight. You're already 3-1. Kudos to you, but on the other side, Tristana, almost level 11 already, 4-0-1, gonna have a 2-item spike here, you know, in the near future, as well as the brand 3-1-3. Just a great job by Limitless and Shrouds to kind of stay in the pocket there, making sure that they didn't get too nervous, just took it kill by kill, and a great flash reset here by Shrouds, being able to get to safety at the end of that.
Yeah, I was kind of watching the Tristana health bar, seeing if Shrouds was going to go down, and I almost missed that outplay from Limless as he's able to sidestep the Ari abilities and get that kill onto the enemy mid laner. Definitely really well played there by the FBA carries.
Camille here going to test a little bit against the Aatrox. Down 2 levels already. Did complete the Trinity Force though, so a little bit of power spike here for Maldi. We'll see if Tommy Buckets does have an answer though. Having the Eclipse and the plated steel caps as well for him, just to make sure for a little more survivability. Hook though comes in for Nautilus.
Yeah, the stun can connect as well from Limless. And this Galio is just getting burned down. Brand Nautilus in the 2v2, ladies and gentlemen. Another thing that I was apparently wrong about, as Spicy Tuna Fish actually going to get the last hit on that one. 8-5 now on the board for Final Boss.
Yeah, I think you touched on this earlier in draft here about this Galio support. You know, what struggles might it cause, and it looks like it's
Mm.
coming to fruition here in lane. Just getting ducked out before there's no gank, there's no punishment here, and Jin now has to kind of survive on his own. 20 CS down, just about to the counterpart of the Brand, and you don't imagine Brand really being that great of a farmer with the spamming the abilities in the lane, kind of hitting everything in its range, but he's doing a great job so far.
He really is, yeah. Limbless Freak, I mean, has just been having a great night overall, honestly, for the side of Final Boss. Was playing, I believe it was the Jinx last game as well, where they did end up losing out, but Limbless was kind of, the main point of strength, I think, for the team in that one. And then I believe game 1, it was the Ashe for Limbless. He looked really good on that pick as well.
Yeah, just knowing kind of your distance and judging to make sure that you're not in the wrong positions here. Dragging out less than a minute. Looks like a little bit of a bush camp here. If they would have been just maybe a little more
It's gonna get
patient.
turned up here, put to
Oh.
sleep by the Lilia as well. Jordan prancing around the outside there. Buster shot away. Shroud staying safe for now. Aqua Spear rush back over the wall. And that is a couple of big tools utilized by Dynasty. They were not able to pick off the mid laner, and now those ults are going to be on cooldown. We're 30 seconds out from the Dragon.
Yeah, unfortunate timing there from them. TP back here from the Tristana is going to get her right back into the fight, picking up the Zeal in the meantime. And I think they might have to just give this one, as you've committed a lot of resources here for the Tristana. Didn't really have too much to show for it. And if you give this one up, plus another tower or two, that's a lot of resources.
It's his Mountain Souls, what we're looking at here. That's definitely one that you don't want to be playing against if you are the side of Dynasty. They do have buckets, I believe. Did buckets just take that whole turret in the top lane?
Yes.
So that is a very, very strong Aatrox who has teleport and could come in for this fight. Here he comes, teleporting onto that pixel brush towards the southern part of the river. Curtain Call as well, try and soften up those health bars. Here comes Buckets as the top laner, going to be the difference maker. Once again, the charm comes in from the side. Tuna Fish going to get burst down right at the start of this one. Zeta is just desperate to try and get the Dragon loaded up so he can go for the 50-50, and it's going to be stolen away. Jordan denies the soul point from coming through the hero's entrance over the top now. Maldi goes in for the Hextech Ultimatum onto Aqua, but they're not able to finish off the Yari in time. It's a huge team fight win for the side of Dynasty. Star Weavers, they get the objective, and they snatch the lead away from Final Boss.
Yeah, great swing there. Now up a little under, two or a little over 2K for themselves, picking up the Dragon, relieving a lot of pressure here. So no soul point in the near future. 4-0-0 for the Aatrox, sitting on a little bit of money as well. Probably a completed item. 400 bounty on his head. Great TP for the start there in Skarner, trying his darndest, but when you have 4 people smacking on you and you're trying to time that Dragon, it just takes one person to kind of, pull their damage off to really mistime your smite, and it makes it so difficult.
Yeah, and actually, we can see Zeta has a couple of stacks still on that jungle item. The smite is still only doing 900 damage for the Skarner, and Jordan had completed the jungle item already, so had that 1200 smite. That was actually never even a contest. Jordan was going to get that one every single time. And it really felt like Dynasty knew that and were playing around that. They felt safe in their secure of the Dragon, and you could tell the rest of the members were just playing for the fight.
Yeah, I think they delayed a little too far there. They picked out the Tristana, couldn't finish it up, and then, unfortunately, the rest of the team, Dr. Shroud's TP'd back, but they never really took the fight while they had the advantage. They're really allowing Aatrox to come towards that side. Tristana having to kind of play safely in the wings there, but, still weary of what could come. So a little bit of positioning and a little bit of bad timing there kind of all make for that perfect storm.
That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder if the side of Final Boss Alpha could have played more aggressively before the Aatrox teleported in, right? Maybe they could have gotten another pick or just burst down the Dragon a little bit quicker instead of, allowing that teleport to come through and allowing Buckets to really swing that fight in favor of Dynasty. But regardless, that was a big move for the Star Weavers. They are up now. About 3,500 golds, quite a significant lead. And they're going to be looking to stack up these Mountain Dragons. The composition scales reasonably well also. It doesn't scale, amazingly. But Lilia certainly is just going to get stronger and stronger. And Jin, you know, as we get towards the later stages of the game, is going to be doing quite a lot of damage as well once he starts to complete those 3rd, 4th items. He's going to be really scary also.
Yeah, and with this gold lead not being, too hugely in favor, and we see both of these teams in the past, these fights swing back and forth consistently, just depending on kind of what's going on here. So I'm interested to see if there is a, pattern on the horizon, or if there's going to be another swing back here. Spicy Tuna finding someone out, Maldi getting to the back line, Dr. Trouds being able to kind of free range hit as they please, and completing the 2nd item here too. That flicker blade, just grabbing a little bit more damage onto him, grabbing some solo lanes as well here. A minute 40 for the dragon. I'm sure there's going to be some looks here for it, but
Ooh,
Zeta might be caught out.
Jungling. I think he is. The taunt's going to come through from Darkwing to set it up. Aqua's there to move over for the punish. Zeta doesn't even have the flash to try and get away from this one. Aqua picks up the last hit. 5 kills now on the Ahri. I felt like Ahri was struggling a bit. I'm a little bit surprised. I didn't realize that Aqua had actually picked up so many kills. He's very strong. 2 items already done for the Ahri.
Yeah, the Malignance in itself plus that Storm Surge is going to do a massive amount of damage and really help that Lilia too. If you get a good ult here, grabbing 3 right away with that, and then Lilia just sleeps time the rest of it. A lot of damage being broken up into there. Leandri's Torment as well here, but
Shroud's gonna
Tristana
jump forward to try to clear out the minion wave. The teleport's going to come through as well from Maldi to defend the mid laner. They are going to be able to defend this tier 1. Another teleport? What is happening, Final Boss? You do realize there are other lanes on the map, right? They're going to go for the fight. They do take down Darkwing, but the Jhin is going to be able to trade one back with the curtain call. Dolan takes down the top laner after teleporting in. And look at Buckets. There's nobody here to match it. Aatrox can just keep pushing. Oh, but wait a second. Aqua flashes away. It's going to explode to the brand passive, and the rest of the team may have overstayed in this play towards the bottom lane. It's going to end up being a huge fight win for the side of Final Boss. They get 4 kills in the bottom lane, and Buckets gets the tier 2, but, I mean, that ended up being hugely favorable for FBA.
Yeah, they did a great job through a team fight, and that brand passive, that Ring of Fire being such a deterrent here, as we saw Ahri having to Spirit Rush away from the rest of the team, unless they were going to be going down there. But, favorably on the side, you have the Aatrox continue to split push. You took another T2. We've seen how this game before. They're not able to really answer the split push effectively or really take, too much off of it. You just took the dragon here, puts you at the soul point. Are you going to grab another outside tower? They still have all T1 towers up on the other side.
Haven't taken a single tower. That's crazy.
Gotta get pushing.
They have Tristana on their team, and they have not gotten a single tower. I really feel like that was a bit of a blunder from Dynasty. Like, you saw all those teleports come down. Buckets is just he's screaming over there in the top lane, I imagine. Like, guys, just let me push. Just don't die. And then they all died. Like, they could have gotten out. They had the 1-for-1 trade after the enemy team committed all of their teleports. Literally all of their teleports to go join that play. You could have just walked away with a 1-for-1, but I feel like they overstayed. They got punished. Their opponents are on Mountain Soul Point now, which now Buckets is going to be forced to play for this next dragon. He can't just sit in the side lane. You can't give over Mountain Soul. So now Dynasty are in this position where they're kind of forced into this one play. And if they can still make it work, power to them. But Final Boss Alpha are going to have some more options for how they want to play things out from here.
Yeah, and just grabbing up that, passive here from the Mount Soul, just getting a lot more tanky on the side, maybe bouncing out the Camille and the Aatrox. But look at the CS difference. It is just a massive, 60 amount. Plus I look at the total goal between them here, and that's like a 4K difference between them, which is an entire item, if not 2 of them for sure on that. So hopefully Maldi is able to get a little bit of solo time, get a little reprieve from that, have Tristana is doing a good job of answering, can, kind of keep Aatrox at bay. She's got enough range now at 14 where, you're definitely not slack on it. You're not in range. You're trying to get to that Caitlyn where you can really punish from the back line here. So we'll see what ends up happening here. If Aatrox will now be joining the fight, still 4-0.
He's going to stick around for the crab. Does get it. Tagged by the deadly
Yes,
flourish, though. Skarner is going to be forced to try and flash away. Going to get put to sleep now. That's a wilting lullaby. Only on to one, and now it's the Lilia who's chased a little bit too far forwards. Jordan going to get punished. Not Zeta. Zeta rejoins with the rest of the team. Jordan steps too far, gets hooked, and now Buckets is rooted as well. The Aatrox going to go to the World Ender. The Hero's Entrance over the top, try to defend the top laner. Curtain Call coming out. It's going to be some good damage coming out from Dolan. They finish off the Nautilus. They're looking for the turnaround. Zeta getting through the wall. Shrouds waiting on the other side. Is the Tristana feeling confident enough to go in? The Skarner's going to get executed, and Shrouds is not going to go for the fight. Is just going to back away. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Dynasty. They've got Aqua pushing in the side lane. Camille is too weak. Maldi is too far behind. Gets charmed. Aqua the solo kill. And Maldi is just can't match anyone. Apparently, Aqua level 16 now on the Ahri, and the map is starting to close in around FBA.
In here.
Oh, Dr. Shrouds, yeah, the Q3 from the Aatrox, and Buckets, another solo kill in the side lane. World Ender, true to his name, looking to end the world of Final Boss.
2 giant misplays there from Final Bosses. Tristana jumping in, not leaving an escape. Aatrox at this point, you know, just too massively ahead. There's nowhere to go once you get in there. And there's no ejectocito button, cuz unfortunately on this one here. So I'm not sure, you know, Maldi's got to get aggressive. Had to make plays in the beginning, has fallen so far behind, like you said, and now it's kind of, where do you go from here at this point? You're too weak to side push lane. You don't have enough vision behind the team to really make plays and disrupts, but you also don't want to stand next to the team and lose out even more on, you know, any CS or XP in the lane. You're 3 levels down now on Tommy. Tommy doing a great job, level 17. Probably going to be kicking 18 here on this next wave. So, you know, you get Soul Point, buys you a little bit of time, but how much time do you have against this Aatrox?
Yeah, they're running out of it for sure. Yeah, it definitely does go back to what I said in the draft. You know, Camille can do similar things that Maldi was making happen with the Gragas and with the Shen, but when Camille is playing from behind, she is just an ult bot. That's really all she can offer in these fights. When you can't match in the side lane, it's just the pick doesn't offer as much as, you know, what he was playing earlier on in the series. You know, Fearless Draft potentially being a factor here in what could be a Dynasty Starweaver victory. Are definitely poised for it right now, but they do still have to contend with the potential Mountain Soul. They can't go for any more of these you know, man down fights where they have somebody off in the side lane and they take the fight anyway. So they're gonna have to be really careful here. They do have all 5, as we can see, grouped up around the dragon right now, but the side of FBA are definitely going to be looking to contest this one. Charm lands onto Zeta. The Impale is pretty good onto 2, but it's only onto the tanks. Now the Curtain Call comes out. Aqua dashes back over the wall. Can't quite get the Orb of Deception onto the junglers. Zeta will barely survive. Dr. Shroud's thinking about moving forward here. The stun connects onto Darkwing. Flashes away from the dredge line. Stays alive. Nobody gone down just yet. A lot of ultimates expended, though, particularly on the side of Dynasty. Are they still looking to contest this? Galio can go back to base. Does have the ultimate to potentially rejoin. Aatrox going to reset as well. Hook landing onto Lilia. Jordan potentially going to get caught out once again. They burst down the jungler. They burst down the jungler, Gitano, when Mountain Soul is alive. That could just be the whole game right there.
Trying to do a little jig dance around, and unfortunately got caught flat-footed there. Great use here by Spicy Tuna Fish, finding another hook and really being able to pull in this game, literally and figuratively, for his team there. Soul Point going down. Baron might be looking at... Nope, they're going to back. I think you got 15 seconds. You could push.
I mean, they're still down 4K gold. You still have to be careful about what fights you're taking, even with the Mountain Soul.
Can they fight the tower? Can they fight 1v5?
I think this is a good fight, probably. Bucket's going to go into the World Ender, and it's not going to save him. Shut down. Over for the Limbless Freak. And that gold lead is smaller than it was about 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, considerably here. Taking the tower. They have a lot of pressure towards the top side. Pinging on Baron now, too. So they might be looking to maybe a spicy look, as they do have bush control as well. But Tristana looking here for the Ari.
Yeah, Aqua, the last auto attack not going to come through. The side of Shroud's not quite able to get that auto reset, but the flank from Moldy Camille finding the mid laner. They take down Aqua, and now look at that. It's a 5v3 on the map. They have Mountain Soul. Yeah, I'm not sorry about the pauses, guys. On behalf of Riot, I apologize for not fixing spectator client over the course of about 12 years. That's just unlucky.
Small indie company, we can't do anything too much about it. You know, that's the
We really
following's
can't.
less than 10,000.
Yeah.
We can't really do too much. And I'm sure Junior's
will.
under the sheets right now screaming like, I just want to see the end of the game. The mom's like, I got work tomorrow, so just hurry it up. You know, everyone's underneath their covers just watching the BOL League. I imagine that's what it'll be, you know, just people underneath their sheets yelling and screaming at the screen to hurry up and continue so they can all get to work tomorrow without being sluggish.
I know our producer is kind of yelling and screaming right now in his head about the game not continuing and him having to continue to buy time as we wait for the pause to unpause itself. But, I mean, we've been treated to a really special Game 3 here, Gitano. The level of play, I would say, has not been super clean. I definitely feel like for both of these teams, they really needed a strong showing tonight to be considered threats in the playoffs. But certainly just making it to playoffs in and of itself is an accomplishment, right? And you can really tell how much both of these teams want it. Yeah, I am frozen as well, yes.
Indeed. We can't repeat, but indeed here.
We concur.
There are strong points for both these teams, game 1 and game 2, and this game 3 is just a pendulum going back and forth here. So, you know, great VODs to review and make sure, you know, coming into playoffs, you know, maybe just tidy up a little bit of these positionings, you know, team fights, kind of your communication. Because as you just stated, you know, you're hoping to have a commanding lead, being able to go in strong here, but both teams just fighting tooth and nail for everything here. And it's kind of like the Pringles guy. Once you pop, the fun don't stop, because they just, you know, went from 0-0 kills to now, you know, almost what math here, 33 on the board, basically. So a little over a kill a minute for this team here, you know, for both of them. So it'll be interesting. I wish Riot would fix this.
Yeah. All right, guys. So again, apologies for the delay. We are going to go to a quick break while we try and troubleshoot exactly why this pause is not unpausing itself. So stay tuned. Hopefully we will have the end of Game 3 for you in just a moment. All right, guys, welcome back. We do have some unfortunate news. So we did get Riot diffed a little bit tonight. So Spectator obviously broke, as you guys saw. We did exhaust all possible options. We tried to download the replay file. We tried to find another solution, but we were blocked at every turn by a certain anti-cheat tool that was implemented recently by Riot. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to show you guys the end of the game tonight. We will go ahead and spoil it for you if you have not seen the post-game screenshots already. But it was the side of Final Boss Alpha that did manage to take the win. The game went for 9 more minutes, but Final Boss Alpha with the Mountain Soul, they were eventually able to close it out, and they will be the team going on to playoffs.
Yeah, it's unfortunately we can't show you the rest. A great game back and forth, and unfortunately Riot, small indie company doing what they do best, unfortunately, and just Riot blocking us right off of there. So, but yeah, congratulations, Final
Yeah.
Boss. Great game, great series back and forth for both teams. Not able to hang your head on either side, in shame, because that was just right down to the wire.
Oh yeah. Just because, we had the unfortunate ending for the stream here doesn't diminish the hype for Final Boss Alpha, the fact that they were able to make this happen. Otter Talk earlier on today, all of us were predicting Dynasty to take the win tonight. It felt like they had a little bit more recent momentum coming into this matchup, but Final Boss Alpha really able to make it work in the end. They were able to overcome the power of Tommy Buckets, and really just were able to punch that ticket into the playoffs. We were able to look at some post-game stats here, thanks to production, and it looks like Dr. Shrouds did finish up that game with 12 kills, 7-2-20 for the brand as well. That is really, really nice KDA. Highest KP on the team, I believe, for the brand.
Yeah, Brand did such a great job. There were so many passives, Ring of Fires being burned throughout the entirety of it, and that lane went a lot smoother than I imagined. I thought that Brand Nautilus wasn't going to do as good of a job as they did, but they really pleasantly surprised me. And the Tristana mid also, as you mentioned back and kind of earlier in the game, excuse me, that it did a great job against Ari, kind of holding that push at bay and being able to make sure she wasn't roaming or getting too much on the side lanes picked up, and then really come in and clutch during the team fights.
Yeah, and Shrouds definitely, played really well in the fights as well, like you said. But do you have any other final thoughts on this one, Gitano, or any thoughts on the regular season in general, as this does conclude the regular season for season 12 here?
Yeah, I think the season was fantastic. We had, pentakills kind of going out of nowhere in the beginning. Fights were, chaos, but yet still controlled, and it was just a great season overall. I can't wait for playoffs. It's going to be, crazy basically for that. And, I want to think at the end of the season here, I outbeat my cats. So I think, I think that's the main takeaway here. Who cares about what teams made it in? But as long as I did better than my cats for pick'ems, that's what we're really hoping to take away from this. But playoffs could always, lots of upsets to happen, and maybe the cats will show me up then and lift the casting trophy, and I'll be the one, has to sleep outside.
It remains to be seen. Yes. Much is yet to still be decided here in season 12 as we do now look towards the postseason. That is going to do it for our stream tonight. Thanks again to Pro Comps. Big thanks to production as well for really pulling out all the stops and trying to get us the end of that game number 3. Very, very much appreciated, even though it didn't end up working out in the end. From us here, from myself, Gitano, the entire team at Blue Otter, thank you guys very much for watching. If you stuck around all the way to the end here, a very special thanks to you for really waiting it out with us. But that's going to do it for week number 7. We'll see you in playoffs. Have a great night.